Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Carnival Royale, Cursed Prizes and Silent Rides. I never thought much about the old carnival on the edge of town. That's how I ended up walking toward it that evening, just as the sun was folding itself behind the horizon and the sky turned a bruised shade of purple. I'd been out of work for a couple of weeks, the kind of empty stretch that makes your thoughts spin like a carousel stuck in place. I needed air, something different from the stale apartment with its peeling wallpaper and the smell of last night's coffee lingering stubbornly in the sink. The carnival seemed like a strange choice, but I was restless. The road there narrowed and cracked beneath my worn sneakers, flanked by tall pines whose branches swallowed the fading light. The air smelled damp, like moss and old wood, but beneath that was something else, a faint, chemical tang I couldn't place. I stopped for a moment, trying to catch the scent, but it slipped away, lost in the rustling leaves. I shouldn't have gone in. That much was clear within seconds. The entrance was an archway of chipped paint and twisted metal, the words Carnival Royale barely legible above. No one greeted me. No cheerful voices or laughter. Just the hum of machines in the distance, low and steady, like the breath of some sleeping beast. I pushed through the gate, and the crunch of gravel underfoot seemed too loud in the sudden silence. The carnival rides were still, their seats hanging empty and swaying gently in the breeze. The Ferris wheel loomed ahead, its cabins motionless against the dark trees. I noticed the control booths were locked tight, no attendants in sight. The bright colors of the rides looked faded, almost sickly. A cold knot tightened in my stomach. I told myself it was just a fading light playing tricks. The game booths, though, were something else. They lined the main path in uneven rows, their signs advertising prizes like stuffed animals and plastic trophies. The windows were fogged, and inside, the shelves were stocked with neat rows of prizes that seemed too perfect, too shiny. I reached out, brushing a finger against the glass of one booth. The surface was sticky, as if someone had spilled syrup or something worse and never cleaned it. The air smelled different here, sweet, but with an undercurrent of something metallic, like the lingering taste of pennies pressed against your tongue. I swallowed hard. "Hello?" I called, voice cracking. No answer. I circled one booth, peering inside. A small fan oscillated lazily overhead, stirring a faint breeze that did little to clear the heavy, cloying smell. I noticed a faint residue on the counter, something faintly powdery, almost imperceptible. I wiped it with my sleeve, then sniffed. Nothing. I shook my head. I was overthinking it. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that the booths were watching me. Silly, I know, but the prizes seemed to shift in the dim light, their colors too vibrant against the otherwise dull surroundings. I caught myself staring at a row of plush bears with glassy eyes that refused to look away. That's when I heard it, a low, buzzing sound, almost like a whisper, threading through the trees. I spun around, heart catching in my throat, but no one was there. Just the rides humming quietly, their motors locked and unstaffed. The carnival was alive, but empty. I took a few steps back, deciding I'd seen enough. The path I'd come in on looked different now, shadowed and overgrown. I remembered the stories, how people got lost in the carnival, how the exits seemed to vanish when you needed it most. I laughed nervously. Ridiculous. Still, a flicker of doubt gnawed at me. As I turned to leave, a sudden clatter echoed from behind a nearby booth. I froze, muscles tight. The sound was faint but unmistakable, something falling, or being dropped. I scanned the area, but saw nothing. No movement. No sign of anyone. I tried to steady my breathing. Maybe a squirrel. Maybe wind. Maybe my imagination. I started walking again, faster this time, the uneven ground crunching beneath my feet. The carnival silence pressed in on me, thick and suffocating. I glanced back once more, and for a fraction of a second, I thought I saw a shadow dart between the trees. I blinked. Gone. The exit gate was nowhere in sight. The path seemed to twist and fold back on itself, the same trees standing like silent sentinels. Panic brushed the edges of my mind. I told myself to calm down. I told myself I'd just missed the turn. I swallowed hard and pressed forward, the fading light giving way to shadows that stretched and reached like fingers. The hum of the rides grew louder, almost mechanical, as if the carnival was awakening around me, but no one came. I stopped, hands trembling, and whispered, "This isn't right." The carnival wasn't abandoned. Not really. Something had been watching me from the start. Something human. And I was already too far inside. A sudden rustle behind a nearby tent made me whirl around, heart hammering. A figure stepped into the dim glow, pale, still, eyes too wide and unblinking. I wanted to run, but my feet felt rooted, caught between fear and fascination. The carnival wasn't just alive, it was waiting. Its breath was slow, deliberate, mingling with the cold night air. The figure didn't move, didn't blink. "Hey," I whispered, voice cracking. "Are you okay?" No response. The silence pressed against my ears like a weight. Then, just as I thought I might shout or bolt, the figure's lips parted, slowly, deliberately. A voice emerged, barely more than a rasp. "They don't want you to leave." I swallowed hard. The words were meaningless on their own, but in this place, under this sky, they hit like a hammer. Who were they? And why did it sound like a warning wrapped in a threat? Before I could ask more, the figure turned away and slipped behind the tent. My heart hammered in protest, the sudden emptiness in front of me feeling colder, darker somehow. I blinked, the shadows twisting unnaturally. Was I imagining the way the carnival ride seemed to hum louder now, throbbing like a pulse beneath the stillness? I shook my head, trying to clear the fog settling on my thoughts. I had to keep moving. If this place was some twisted trap, I needed answers. The path out, if there even was one, was the only hope I had. The air tasted faintly metallic, like pennies left too long in a damp pocket. I wiped my sweaty palms on my jeans and glanced around. The carnival stretched out before me like a warped dream. The Ferris wheel stood motionless, its gondolas swaying gently in the breeze, casting long, crooked shadows over the cracked pavement. Nearby, the carousel's faded horses seemed to watch me with chipped paint eyes. I could almost hear the faint creak of gears turning, but the controls were locked tight, the booths abandoned. Yet, the smell was odd, something sweet and sickly, like cotton candy mixed with rotting fruit. I followed it, stepping cautiously toward the game booths that lined the midway. The prices inside glittered under flickering bulbs, stuffed animals with eyes too shiny, plastic toys that seemed to leer. I touched a stuffed bear, its fur rough and oddly sticky beneath my fingers. A sharp tang pricked the back of my tongue, something chemical, antiseptic. I jerked my hand away, heart thudding. I crouched near the booth's base, eyes scanning the ground. There, faint traces of powder glittered under the dim light. No breeze stirred it. How long had it been there? And why? I remembered the figure's words, "They don't want you to leave." What if the prizes weren't just toys, but traps? Lures coated with something that could make you see things, hear things, lose yourself piece by piece. I tried to shake the thought. Paranoia had to be setting in. But then, as I stood up, a whisper curled around my ear, a voice so soft I thought it was just the wind. Play. I spun around. Nothing but empty booths, their facades peeling and cracked. The lights flickered again, and a low hum thrummed beneath my feet, steady and relentless. Hello? I called out, voice trembling. Is someone there? Silence answered, thick and oppressive. I took a deep breath and forced my legs forward, toward the ticket booth at the far end of the midway. It was locked, but the glass was cracked, spider-webbed with fractures. Inside, I could see a ledger, pages yellowed and curled at the edges. I pressed my face close to the glass, trying to read. Names. Dates. Times. But the entries weren't ordinary. Each line ended with strange notes, too eager, delayed departure, lost focus, never left. I shivered. The handwriting was neat but hurried, as if whoever wrote it was racing the clock, trying to keep track of something slipping away. My eyes caught a date just a week ago. I traced the line with my finger, the tremor in my hand growing. The last entry was just a name. Mine. How was that possible? I stepped back, suddenly aware of the heavy silence pressing in. The carnival seemed to hold its breath, waiting. Then, a soft shuffle behind me made me whip around. The pale figure stood there again, but now closer, only a few feet away. Their eyes were wide, empty pools reflecting the flickering lights. They watch, they said, voice barely a whisper. Every move. Every thought. I blinked, confused. Who? Why? The figure's lips pressed into a thin line, face tightening with something that looked like pain. Because once you enter, you belong. The mind unravels. They feed. Feed? The word slipped out before I could stop it. Who feeds? What do you mean? The figure shook their head, stepping back into the shadows. Not now. Not yet. They vanished as quickly as they had appeared, leaving behind the lingering scent of damp earth and something faintly metallic. I stared after them, heart pounding, mind spinning. This wasn't just some abandoned carnival. It was a carefully constructed maze designed to trap, to confuse, to break down anyone who dared to enter. And me? I was already tangled in its threads. I moved on, every step heavier than the last. The air thickened, growing colder, and the hum grew louder, an unyielding drone that seeped into my bones. Somewhere nearby, a carousel bell chimed, sharp and clear, though the ride stood still. I forced myself to focus. I needed to map this place, find patterns, clues. The trees beyond the carnival's edge loomed like silent watchers, their branches scratching against the sky. The path I'd been following twisted back on itself again, a maddening loop. I stopped at a booth selling prizes for a ring toss game. The jars shimmered under the flickering bulbs, filled with colorful liquids that caught the light like trapped fireflies. A steady drip echoed, slow and rhythmic. I leaned closer and saw a small leak from the top jar, the liquid seeping onto the rough wooden counter. A faint chemical odor rose, sharp and unpleasant. I touched the spill with a fingertip. It was cold, sticky. My skin tingled, hair standing on end. I wiped it on my jeans and immediately tasted it. The bitter tang burned my tongue. I swallowed hard, trying not to gag. Could these be the toxins the figure warned about? Slowly poisoning anyone who lingered too long? As I straightened, a sudden rustling came from the tree line, sharp and deliberate. I spun, heart leaping. A shadow moved between the trees, too quick, too fluid to be an animal. Who's there? I called, voice louder now, breaking under the strain. No answer. Only the rustling grew louder, accompanied by faint footsteps, soft, measured. I backed away slowly, eyes darting over the carnival's empty rides. The Ferris wheel creaked, a long groan that echoed through the night. The carousel bell chimed again, closer this time. I realized I was not alone. Someone had been watching me, following me, maybe even studying me. And if they wanted me to stay, to unravel, I wasn't sure I could fight it much longer. My hands trembled as I pulled out my phone, the screen lighting up with a weak glow. No signal. Of course. I pocketed it and glanced toward the dark woods. The path was gone. The carnival's twisted maze had swallowed it whole. The night deepened, the hum intensified, and somewhere just beyond the edge of the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows, the footsteps stopped. Silence. Complete silence. Then, a voice, close to my ear, whispered again. Play. I swallowed hard, the cold sweat slick on my skin. I wasn't sure if I was ready to keep going. But there was no turning back. Not now. Not ever. The rustling in the trees didn't stop. If anything, it grew louder, sharper, like fingertips dragging along bark. My breath caught, shallow and quick. I wanted to run, but my legs felt glued to the cracked pavement beneath my feet. The bitter taste of that cold, sticky residue lingered at the back of my throat, a reminder I hadn't escaped whatever trap this place was setting. I swallowed hard, trying to force down the nausea. The Ferris wheel groaned again, slow and mournful, creaking like it wanted to warn me. The carousel bell chimed, soft, insistent, and now unmistakably close. Closer than before. Someone was out there. Watching. Waiting. Maybe even enjoying the show. Look, I whispered to myself, though I barely recognized the voice. It sounded cracked and thin, like it belonged to someone else. You've got to make a move. I glanced around the carnival grounds, soaked in shadows that clung to the peeling paint of game booths and the rusted metal of abandoned rides. The prize shelves were lined with dusty stuffed animals and cracked plastic trophies, fake smiles frozen forever in the fluorescent glow of flickering bulbs. The smell of damp wood and stale popcorn hung in the air, sour and cloying, like the scent of forgotten dreams. My eyes caught a flicker of movement near the tilt-a-whirl. A figure stood just beyond the ring toss booth, half hidden behind a threadbare curtain. The silhouette was too still, too deliberate. Not human, or not quite. I stepped closer, heart pounding unevenly, sweat prickling at my temples despite the cold air. The ground underfoot felt sticky now, like someone had spilled syrup and forgotten to clean it. It clung to my shoes with each step, a subtle reminder I wasn't turning back. Hey, I called out, voice shaking. Who's there? What do you want? No answer. Only silence, thick, oppressive, and deliberate. The carousel bell chimed again, this time from somewhere behind me. I spun around, eyes wide, searching for the source. Nothing but the empty carousel, its painted horses frozen mid-gallop, their chipped eyes staring blankly into the dark. I swallowed the lump in my throat and forced myself to move, edging toward the exit path I'd taken earlier. But as I followed the cracked pavement, the forest seemed to close in, branches arching like fingers over the trail. The familiar path I'd walked just minutes ago was gone, replaced by an indistinguishable maze of trees and shadows. A cold knot tightened in my stomach. It wasn't just the toxins, or the games designed to unravel your mind. It was this place itself, the way it didn't want me to leave. I tried to retrace my steps, but every direction looked the same, twisted trunks, tangled underbrush, and that faint, mocking bell ringing somewhere just out of sight. Come on, I muttered, voice barely audible. Makes sense. This can't be happening. But it was. The forest was no longer a border. It was a cage. I sank down against the rough bark of a tree, hands trembling as I pressed my forehead to the coarse surface. The dark was thick around me, alive with distant rustling and the soft, rhythmic chime of the carousel bell. The sickly sweet smell of cotton candy mixed with something sour and metallic, almost like rust and blood, but not quite. I closed my eyes, trying to steady my breathing. That's when I noticed it, a faint buzzing in my ears, like a whisper just beyond hearing. At first, I thought it was the wind or the hum of the rides, but it grew louder, more insistent. Voices. Hundreds of them. Echoing, overlapping, impossible to distinguish. I opened my eyes, heart hammering. The carnival had always felt abandoned, but now it was as if the place itself was alive with broken promises and fractured minds. I remembered the game booths, the prizes that came with a price. The toxins hidden in the cotton candy, the slow, creeping poison in every bite, every breath taken while wandering this nightmare. My skin prickled again, and I wondered how long I'd been breathing it in. A new thought struck me, cold and sharp. What if it wasn't just the toxins? What if the people behind this carnival wanted more than to trap you physically? What if the whole place was a psychological snare, designed to break you down until you didn't want to leave even if you could? I shivered, wrapping my arms around my knees. "No," I said quietly. "Not me. Not like this." But doubt crept in. I wasn't the first to come here, and I wouldn't be the last. The longer you stayed, the more your mind frayed, unraveling thread by thread until reality slipped away. I thought back to the figure I'd glimpsed, the way they'd moved between the trees. Not human, I'd said. But maybe they were. Maybe they were the ones running this twisted show, watching from the shadows, waiting for their next victim to break. A sudden rustle startled me upright. This time, the footsteps were closer, deliberate. "Stop," I hissed, backing into the nearest game booth. The peeling sign read "Ring Toss, win a prize," but the shelves were empty, save for a single, cracked porcelain doll with glass eyes that caught the moonlight. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Then a voice, low and calm. "You can't leave." I swallowed hard. "Why?" There was no answer. Only the faint hum of the Ferris wheel turning slowly in the distance. "You don't understand," I said, voice cracking. "I'm not staying here. I'm leaving." The voice chuckled softly, almost fondly. "You're already too far in. The carnival doesn't let go. Not once you've tasted it." A cold realization washed over me. The path out had never been real. The rides weren't just abandoned, they were anchors, humming traps. The game booths weren't just for fun, they were the bait. I looked down at my hands, trembling, the bitter taste still lingering on my tongue. There was no turning back. I took a shaky breath and backed away, eyes scanning the darkness for anything, any sign of an exit, a clue, a lifeline. But all I saw were shadows, endless and waiting. And the carousel bell chimed once more. The carousel bell didn't just chime, it echoed through the dark like a command, sharp and accusing. I stood frozen, the bitter taste still crawling over my tongue, like something metallic mixed with ash. My hands trembled against the rough wood of the game booth. The voice from before floated again, soft but certain. "You can't leave." I swallowed. The air tasted stale, heavy with the scent of damp earth and something sickly sweet, cotton candy, maybe, rotting under the weight of years. The carnival was a cage, and every breath I took was a reminder of how deep I'd fallen. I backed away slowly, each step stirring up dry leaves that crackled beneath my shoes. The Ferris wheel's slow hum was a low, constant pulse, like an invisible heartbeat. I tried to look past it, to find the path I'd come from, but the trees had rearranged themselves into a wall of black shadows. The forest wasn't just dark, it was actively swallowing me whole. "Why are you doing this?" I whispered, voice breaking. "What do you want from me?" Silence answered, thick and unyielding. Then a rustle from the shadows. A shape moved, too quick, too deliberate to be an animal. I squinted, trying to make out details. A figure stepped forward, its face hidden beneath a hood, but not threatening, not angry. Calm. Almost gentle. "You're tired," it said. "You don't think clearly." I blinked hard, the exhaustion clawing at my eyelids. It was true. The longer I stayed, the more the edges of reality blurred. Colors bled into each other. Sounds warped. My own thoughts felt slippery, like words dripped through a sieve. I rubbed my temples, trying to clear the fog. "Why?" I repeated, louder this time. "Why won't you let me leave?" The figure tilted its head. "Because you wanted the prize. The carnival never gives anything for free." The words hung in the air, cold and heavy with silence, heavy as the humid night. Prize. That word echoed like a taunt. I remembered the booths, the games with their bright lights and impossible odds, the stuffed animals dangling like silent witnesses. The sweet smell of popcorn, the sticky residue on my fingers, the taste of that strange powder they slipped into the prizes. It wasn't just fun. It was a trap designed to break me down, piece by piece. "Who are you?" I demanded, voice cracking under the weight of helplessness. The figure stepped closer, and I caught a glimpse of eyes dark, watchful, almost tired. "A keeper. Someone who manages the carnival. Or what's left of it." I wanted to laugh, but my throat was dry. "Keeper of what? A ghost town? A nightmare?" "Both," the figure said simply. "And more. The rides hum to lure. The games twist the mind. The prizes unravel what's inside you until there's nothing left but what the carnival needs." I shook my head, disbelief battling with the creeping dread. "That's insane. I can't be here. I'm not part of this." "You already are," the keeper said, voice low. "That bitter taste? The headaches? The whispers in the dark? They're all part of the process. You wanted to play the game. Now you're playing." I staggered back, the world tilting dangerously. Shadows seemed to lean closer, pressing in on me. I could almost hear the carnival breathing, slow, deliberate, waiting. "Tell me how to get out," I said, voice barely above a whisper. "Please." The keeper's eyes flicked to the Ferris wheel, its lights flickering erratically. "There isn't a way out." "Not really. Every path leads deeper. You can run, but the carnival is a maze built on broken promises. You think you're choosing, but you're already lost." The truth hit me like a punch to the gut. I swallowed hard, the bitter tinge rising again. My legs wobbled, knees weak. I wanted to collapse, to scream, to fight, but the exhaustion was absolute. A soft clatter to my left made me spin around. A small porcelain doll lay abandoned on the ground, cracked and dusty. Its glass eyes caught the moonlight, reflecting a distorted version of my own terrified face. "I'm not done," I said, more to myself than anyone else. "There has to be a way." The keeper nodded slowly. "If you want to survive, you'll have to play smarter. The carnival feeds on your fear and confusion. Starve it." I clenched my fists. "And if I don't?" "Then you become part of the show. Another prize on the shelf." The words were chilling, matter-of-fact. No malice, just inevitability. The Ferris wheel groaned, its slow rotation speeding up, the lights flickering wildly. The carnival seemed to pulse with a new energy, as if sensing my resolve or mocking it. I took a deep breath, the cold night air filling my lungs, sharp and biting. The path back didn't exist, but maybe, just maybe, I could forge a new one. One not dictated by the carnival's twisted rules. I glanced at the doll again. Its cracked smile seemed almost mocking, but I forced myself to look away. My head throbbed, reality slipping like sand through my fingers. I had to focus. I had to stay sharp. "Show me," I said to the keeper. "Show me how to play smarter." The figure hesitated, then reached into the depths of the shadows and pulled out a small, faded map. It was old, edges worn and stained, but the lines and markings were clear enough. Paths twisted and looped unnaturally, some leading into dead ends, others curling back on themselves like serpents. "This," the keeper said, handing me the map, "is the carnival's secret. The paths that don't exist." I unfolded it carefully, heart pounding as I traced the labyrinthine routes with shaking fingers. Some parts glowed faintly under the moonlight, others dissolved into smudges. "Use this," the keeper said. "But remember, the carnival watches. Every move you make is a choice, and every choice has a cost." I nodded, swallowing the lump forming in my throat. The sickly sweet scent of the carnival filled my nostrils again, but now it was mixed with something else, determination. I had to escape. Not just the place, but the madness it was trying to carve into my mind. As I folded the map back, a distant scream shattered the night, raw and desperate. The keeper's eyes darkened. "They've been here longer," the keeper murmured. My mind raced with possibilities. Some never find their way out. The carnival was alive, but not with ghosts or magic. It was a living nightmare crafted by human hands, and I was trapped within its teeth. The carousel bell chimed again, louder this time, as if calling me forward. I swallowed the bitter taste one last time, folded the map into my pocket, and stepped into the darkness. The game was far from over. The cold seeped in through my clothes like a slow, unwelcome whisper as I stood at the edge of the carnival, the dark forest pressing in behind me. I could no longer tell whether the faint hum I'd been hearing since I arrived came from the rides or my own fraying nerves. The carousel, the Ferris wheel, the game booths, each one stood frozen, locked tight and silent. Their bright colors dulled in the moonlight, like faded memories of laughter that never really happened. I'd spent hours wandering through that place, searching for the exit, but now it was clear, there wasn't one. Not really. The path out wasn't meant to be found. I remember that moment as if it were wound, raw and exposed. I stopped dead in my tracks, my breath fogging the air, a bitter taste lingering on my tongue, not fear exactly, but something like regret and exhaustion tangled together. I wanted to scream, to break something just to hear a noise other than the endless buzzing of electricity and the dripping of moisture from the twisted metal poles. But I didn't. I couldn't. The game booths, with their gaudy prizes, plastic toys, stuffed animals, cheap candy, had seemed harmless at first. But now, I knew better. I remembered the nausea, the dizziness, how my thoughts had folded in on themselves, like paper crumpled and smoothed out again, only to crease in new places. The toxins hidden in those prizes weren't accidental. Someone had designed this place to trap people like insects in a glass jar, to watch them unravel quietly, to feed on their confusion and desperation. I ran my fingers over a cracked, sun-bleached ticket stub I'd found near the entrance, now brittle and almost translucent. The ticket had been my hope, my promise of a way out. Instead, it was just another piece of the puzzle that didn't fit. I tried to retrace my steps, moving toward the Ferris wheel. The cabins swayed gently, though no one was there to push them. The locks on the control box were rusted shut, but the faint hum beneath the metal panel told me the machinery still lived, a heart beating faintly beneath a corpse's skin. I wanted to climb into one of those cabins, to rise above the forest, to see if the world beyond this nightmare still existed. But my legs wouldn't obey. They felt like they belonged to someone else, someone who had already given up. A sudden noise broke the silence, a dog barking in the distance. My first real sound that wasn't the carnival's mechanical drone. It was far away, almost mournful, and I listened to it with a strange mix of relief and dread. The forest might hold more dangers than this cursed place. Maybe the dog belonged to someone else. Someone who wasn't trapped. I swallowed hard. The air tasted metallic and stale. I pressed my palm against the rough plaster of a nearby concession stand, its paint peeling, the smell of old popcorn and spilled soda clinging to the air. The texture was rough and cold, grounding me in a way the shadows couldn't. I closed my eyes for a moment, trying to remember what normal felt like. When I opened them again, the carnival seemed different. Less like a twisted maze and more like a confession. Like it was finally letting me in on its secret. I walked past the booths again, this time noticing details I'd missed before. The signs, once bright and inviting, now looked like warnings, cracked letters, faded slogans, half-peeled stickers. Win a prize, read one, but the prize was a hollow smile. Another said, try your luck, the letters smeared as if someone had tried to erase the message but failed. You're not going anywhere, I said aloud, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. I wanted to argue with myself, to tell myself it wasn't true, but deep down, I knew it was. This place had been built not just to trap bodies, but to imprison minds. I sat down on the edge of the worn-out bumper car track, the cracked concrete cold beneath my palms. The cars were empty, paint chipped away like scabs, forgotten toys left to rust. I looked up at the sky, where clouds drifted past the moon, a slow dance of light and shadow. Why me? I whispered. No answer. Just the drip of water, the distant bark. I thought back to the people I'd seen, or thought I'd seen, in the carnival. Shadows that moved behind curtains, whispers that vanished when I looked their way. Had they been real? Or just figments of my unraveling mind? I wasn't sure anymore. A sudden breeze carried a faint scent of cotton candy and burnt rubber. It made my stomach twist. I closed my eyes and let the memories wash over me, the laughter of children, the smell of fresh popcorn, the thrill of the carousel spin. I remembered who I was before the carnival swallowed me whole. I stood up, knees stiff, and took a shaky step forward. The path beneath my feet was cracked and overgrown, but it was there. I followed it, not because I believed it would lead out, but because standing still was worse. Because moving forward, even blindly, felt like a kind of defiance. After what felt like hours, the trees began to thin. The air grew lighter, less oppressive. The distant lights of a road flickered through the branches. Hope stirred like a fragile ember inside me. I burst through the last line of trees and onto the roadside, the world outside the carnival cold and indifferent. A car passed slowly, headlights cutting through the fog like item. The driver glanced at me, a flash of curiosity in their eyes. I wanted to say something, anything, but the words caught in my throat. I was alone. Free, yet marked. The carnival had taken something from me, and though I was out, I knew it would haunt my edges forever. The toxins, the psychological games, they weren't just tricks of that place. They were scars, invisible but deep. I walked away from the forest, the fading behind me like a distant, forgotten dream. The night air was sharp and clean. I breathed it in, steadying myself. I wasn't the same person who had stumbled into that cursed carnival. I was someone new, someone who had survived a labyrinth of illusions and traps without giving in. But survival wasn't victory. It was just the beginning. As dawn crept over the horizon, painting the sky in bruises of purple and gold, I realized I would carry the carnival inside me. The memory of the empty rides, the toxic prices, the path that never existed. And maybe, just maybe, that was enough. I kept walking, each step a quiet promise to myself, never again. The carnival's hum was gone. But the silence it left behind, that would stay with me forever. Story 2, Mimicry on Hawthorne Lane, Neighbors mirror every move. I never thought moving to a quiet suburb would change the way I noticed silence. Not the kind of silence that comes after the noise dies down, but the kind that settles in like a thick fog, pressing against your ears and making the usual sounds, birds chirping, leaves rustling, feel oddly muted. Hard to believe, I know. The kind of silence that makes you listen harder and wonder what you're missing. The house was a modest two-story, tucked in the corner of Hawthorne Lane, where the sidewalks were neat and the lawns freshly mowed every Saturday morning. I'd spent the better part of a weekend unpacking, arranging boxes in a way that felt like a ritual, each item given its place, each piece of furniture aligned just so. My couch faced the window, angled to catch the afternoon sun. A small bookshelf stood to the right, the spines of my worn paperbacks lined unevenly as always. I liked it that way. As I adjusted the throw pillow, the faint scent of pine from the recently waxed floor mingled with the faint trace of coffee that lingered on my fingertips. That first evening, the street felt almost too still. The neighbors had waved when I arrived, their smiles broad enough to seem rehearsed. "Welcome to the neighborhood," the woman next door said, her voice warm but with a timbre I couldn't quite place. I nodded, returning a practiced smile. It was the kind of place where people said hello as if it were a script, where the quiet was maintained with a kind of disciplined kindness. I made coffee the next morning, the steam rising in lazy spirals as I peered out the window. Across the street, a man was tending to his garden, kneeling beside a patch of marigolds with the same meticulous care I'd used to arrange my bookshelf. He hummed softly, a tune I couldn't place but which felt familiar. I wondered if he lived alone. Somewhere nearby, a dog barked, sharp, distant, and then was silenced by the stillness again. By mid-morning, the subtle oddness began. I stepped outside to take the trash bin to the curb and noticed the neighbor's curtains twitching as I moved. Not from the wind that was too still, but as if eyes were tracking my every step. I shook the thought away, blaming it on my imagination and the hours of unpacking. When I came back inside, I set down the bin and started arranging the kitchen counter, the fruit bowl on the left, the toaster on the right, a small vase with fresh daisies in the center. I'd done this 100 times before in every apartment I'd lived in, a little order to ground me. It was then I heard the doorbell. Surprised, I wiped my hands on a dish towel and opened the door. It was the woman from next door, Mrs. Caldwell, holding a small plate of cookies, the kind with chocolate chips and a few pecans. "Thought you might like a little welcome treat," she said, voice soft, eyes bright. "Thank you, that's very kind," I said, stepping aside to let her in. Something about the way she looked around the kitchen caught me off guard. Her eyes lingered on the counter, on the vase, then flicked to the fruit bowl, almost like she was memorizing it. "I noticed your love for daisies," she said. "They're my favorite too." She smiled, but it felt too eager, like she was waiting for me to say more. I nodded, trying to keep things casual. "Yeah, they brighten up the room." She stayed longer than expected, chatting about the neighborhood, the schools, the best places to get takeout. I found myself glancing at the clock, noticing how the light outside was shifting, turning the street a shade darker, the shadows stretching thin and long. When she finally left, I closed the door and leaned against it, the plate of cookies heavy in my hand. I went to place the vase back on the counter, but paused. The flowers looked different. Smaller, maybe, or arranged in a way I wouldn't have chosen. My fingers brushed the petals, cool and slightly damp. That night, as I lay in bed, the silence felt thicker. The faint creak of floorboards from the house next door punctuated the stillness, a reminder that I wasn't alone. I tried to read, but the words blurred together, my mind circling back to the porch light I'd seen flicker just before I closed my eyes. Sleep came reluctantly. The next morning, I took my coffee out to the porch and sat in the same chair I'd brought from my old apartment. The sun was warm, but the air held a chill that crept into my sleeves. Across the street, the man was there again, but this time his garden looked different. The marigolds had been replaced by a small pot of daisies. I blinked, heart skipping. Had I imagined it? No, they were definitely daisies, the same kind I'd kept inside. "Morning," he called out, his voice steady but with a hint of something unreadable. "Morning," I replied, trying to keep my tone light. He straightened up, dusting his hands on his pants. "Nice flowers. Brighten the place up." I nodded, unable to shake the feeling that something had shifted overnight. Throughout the day, I found myself watching my neighbors more closely, noting the little details, the way Mrs. Caldwell arranged her cushions just like mine, the man's garden choices matching my own small indoor plants. It was subtle at first, almost flattering. But by evening, a weight had settled over me. The house felt smaller, the walls closer. I rearranged the living room, moving the couch to face the opposite wall, shifting the bookshelf to the left, trying to reclaim some sense of space. The next morning, I walked outside with a cautious hope. The man was on his porch, and I saw the couch through his living room window, positioned exactly how mine had been before I changed it. The bookshelf was there too, tilted just so. I swallowed hard, the cold sinking into my chest. I wasn't sure if I was imagining it or if something else was going on, but the quiet neighborhood had become a place where I was being watched, where my smallest habits were no longer my own. And I didn't know how to stop it. The night pressed in thick and dark, the kind of dark that's not just the absence of light but weight you can almost touch. I swallowed hard, every breath shallow and quick. It wasn't just mimicry anymore. It was deliberate, systematic, and it was suffocating. I didn't have a plan, just a growing need to understand what was happening. Why me? Why now? Had I done something to invite this? Or was it simply happenstance that my neighbors had become living mirrors, reflecting every choice I made as if they were desperate to be me? I rubbed my eyes, trying to shake the dull ache that had settled behind my temples. The smell of my dinner, cold and forgotten on the kitchen counter, mingled with the faint but unmistakable scent of damp earth drifting through the cracked window. An old dog barked somewhere far off, the sound hollow and lonely. Silence. Complete silence. Except for that. I needed evidence. Something concrete. Not just the shifting furniture or the matching cushions. I needed to see how deep this went. The next morning, I woke early, the sunlight pale and uncertain as it filtered through the blinds. My hands trembled slightly as I brewed coffee, the bitter smell filling the kitchen and grounding me for a moment. I glanced at my phone, no messages, no missed calls. Just the usual quiet, except for the relentless feeling that eyes were watching me even when no one was around. I decided to start small. If they were copying everything, maybe I could catch them in the act. I grabbed a notebook, a pen, and slipped on my shoes, telling myself I wasn't being paranoid, that I was just curious, investigative even. Outside, the neighborhood was waking up slowly. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of freshly cut grass and faint traces of gasoline from a passing lawnmower. I walked toward the Caldwell house, my steps uneven on the cracked sidewalk. The man was there, tending to his garden once again. I noticed the same assortment of plants I had on my windowsill, a spider plant, some succulents, even the small pot of mint I kept by my kitchen sink. My throat tightened. I forced a smile as I approached. "Good morning," I said, trying to sound casual. He looked up, eyes clear and steady. "Morning. Beautiful day, isn't it?" "Yeah." I nodded, watching his hands as they moved deliberately among the leaves. "I've been meaning to ask, where did you get those plants?" "They're the same as mine." He chuckled softly, a sound that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Oh, I just like to keep things simple. Good plants, easy to care for." I swallowed the lump forming in my throat. "Right. Simple." I gestured toward the porch. "You've got a matching arrangement there, too. The cushions, the chair placement." He smiled again, this time a little too wide, a little too practiced. "I suppose I like a certain style. Comfortable is comfortable, right?" I nodded, but the unease crept deeper. Comfortable wasn't the word I'd use. As I turned to leave, my eyes caught movement out of the corner of my vision. Mrs. Caldwell was watching from her window, the lace curtains framing her face like a portrait. She gave me a slow, deliberate nod, as if confirming some unspoken pact. I walked back home, each step heavier than the last. Inside, I closed the door and leaned against it, trying to steady my breathing. The house felt smaller still, the walls closing in like the pages of a book folding over me. I pulled out my phone and started scrolling through the neighborhood's online forum. I wanted to see if anyone else had noticed anything strange, anything at all. There were the usual posts about lost cats and yard sales, but then I found a thread buried deep in the archives a few years old, from someone who had moved away suddenly, citing neighbors who watched too closely. My fingers paused over the screen, a cold sweat breaking out across my back. The post was vague but chilling. The writer spoke of an invisible pressure, of habits observed and copied until there was no distinction left between themselves and the people around them. I closed the app, the screen going dark in my hands. Was I next? Was this what was happening to me? The sun dropped lower, shadows stretching long and thin across the floor. I moved to the living room and sat down on the couch, the fabric rough against my palms. Outside, the faint sound of footsteps echoed on the sidewalk, slow and measured. I looked up. The man was standing across the street again, watching. His head tilted slightly, as if waiting for me to make a move. I swallowed hard. I wanted to run, but the weight of the invisible chains held me in place. Then, just as I was about to close the curtains, I heard a voice behind me. "Nice choice on the rug," Mrs. Caldwell said softly, stepping into the room. I jumped, heart hammering. "Mrs. Caldwell, I didn't hear you come in." She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "I like to keep close. You might say I'm a bit attentive." I forced a laugh, but it died in my throat. "Attentive, huh?" She nodded, stepping closer. "We all have our ways around here. You're not alone, you know." "Is that supposed to be comforting?" I asked, my voice tighter than I intended. Her eyes glinted, sharp and unreadable. "It's just the way things are. You'll see." I backed away, heart pounding, the room suddenly feeling colder. The door clicked shut behind her, and silence fell once more. I sank to the floor, the rough texture of the carpet biting into my skin. The walls weren't just closing in, they were smothering me. And I didn't know how much longer I could breathe under the weight of their gaze. I stayed on the floor longer than I wanted to, the carpet's rough threads pressing into my palms while the silence stretched around me like a thick fog. The clock on the wall ticked loud enough to drown out everything else. I pushed myself up slowly, my knees cracking in protest. The faint smell of her perfume lingered, something floral but with an underlying bitterness. It was the scent of control, of someone who wanted to leave a mark without ever touching you. I glanced at the window again. The curtains were still half drawn, but outside, the street was swallowed in darkness. No headlights, no pedestrians, just the distant hum of a night train that had long since passed. The quiet was uncanny, too perfect. I rubbed my temples, trying to shake off the tightness blooming behind my eyes. I had to figure this out. If they were watching me, luring me, then why? What did they want? And how far would they go? I didn't understand it yet, but deep down, I knew I was past the point of no return. The next morning came too quickly. I woke with a dry taste in my mouth, the taste of worry and stale coffee, but no coffee had been brewed. The sunlight slipped through the blinds in thin, sharp lines across my bedroom floor. I sat up, muscles stiff, heart still racing from the previous night. I pulled on yesterday's clothes without bothering to change. The thought of facing anyone, especially Mrs. Caldwell, made my stomach churn. But I needed answers. I couldn't just sit in my apartment, trapped by invisible walls I hadn't even begun to map. I grabbed my phone and scrolled through the neighborhood forum again, hoping for some clue, some hint that could explain the strange behavior. Messages were mostly mundane: lost dogs, bake sales, lawn care tips, but there was a new post this morning I hadn't seen before. It was titled, "Welcome to the neighborhood, let's keep things comfortable." The tone was deceptively warm, but something about it made my skin crawl. The author wasn't a name or a user ID, just a series of initials, CR. The message read, "We're all part of this community, and part of that means harmony. It's easier when we move together, think together, live together. If you ever feel out of step, just reach out. We'll help you find your rhythm." I stared at the screen, the words sinking in slowly. Harmony. Rhythm. Move together. It was almost a direct echo of Mrs. Caldwell's ways around here. The thought made my hands clench into fists. I set my phone down and got ready to leave. Outside, the air, cold and heavy with silence, was crisp, tinged with the scent of freshly cut grass and something metallic, like rain lingering on asphalt. I walked toward Mrs. Caldwell's house, the path between our lawns familiar but suddenly oppressive. Every step felt like walking through molasses. As I approached, I saw movement through her window. Silhouettes. Not just one person, but a handful of figures shifting slowly, their shapes blurred behind curtains. I couldn't tell if they were watching me or just moving about, but the way the shadows mimicked my own pacing unsettled me. I knocked. No answer. The door was slightly ajar. I hesitated, breath shallow, then pushed it open. The living room was nearly identical to mine. The same throw pillows, the same arrangement of books on the coffee table, even the same brand of scented candle burning low on the mantel. But there was something else, something colder. On the kitchen table, a notebook lay open. I moved closer, heart hammering against my ribs. The page was filled with notes, precise and meticulous. Names, dates, observations. And then, in larger letters, a phrase repeated over and over: keep in sync. Prevent deviation. I flipped the page. A list of habits. My habits. The way I brewed coffee, the time I took out the trash, the exact brand of soap I used. And then there was my name, underlined twice. I felt my breath catch. This wasn't just observation. It was an obsession. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps behind me made me spin around. Mrs. Caldwell stood in the doorway, calm but with that same unyielding gaze. "Curious," she said softly. "I thought you'd appreciate the welcome package." My fists tightened at my sides. "Why are you doing this?" "Why me?" She smiled, slow and deliberate. "Because you belong here. Because this neighborhood isn't just a place, it's a way of life. and you can't leave it behind. I swallowed hard. I can leave whenever I want. Her eyes narrowed, and the room seemed to shrink. You can try, but you won't get far. Not without us. I glanced toward the window, the street still empty, the neighbors' houses lined up like silent sentinels. The thought hit me like a cold wave. No matter where I went, they would follow. The mirroring wasn't just mimicry, it was control. It was containment. The door behind me clicked shut. I was trapped. The walls weren't just closing in, they had sealed shut. Back in my apartment that evening, I sat staring at the walls, tracing the faint cracks in the plaster. The silence was heavier now, weighted with the knowledge that my life had been rewritten without my consent. I tried to call a friend. No answer. I tried to text. No reply. The phone felt suddenly useless in my hand, a thin lifeline disconnected from the world. Outside, the streetlights flickered on, their yellow glow casting long shadows. I caught movement out of the corner of my eye, a figure standing perfectly still across the street, watching. I wanted to look away. I wanted to pretend it wasn't true. But their eyes met mine, and I saw the reflection of every little thing I'd done that day mirrored perfectly on their face. I'm not paranoid. At least, I don't think I am. But I can't ignore it anymore. This isn't just about neighbors being friendly. It's about losing myself, piece by piece. And no matter what I do, I'm caught in their rhythm. There's no way out. Not anymore. The streetlight outside sputtered, buzzing like an old fluorescent tube about to give up. My hands trembled as I pressed my phone to my ear again, willing anyone to answer. Only the endless ring. The silence on the other end was more suffocating than the absence of sound in the room. I set the phone down, the plastic cool and lifeless in my palm. I wanted to believe I was imagining it all. That maybe the loneliness had twisted my mind. But no. I had proof. The curtains in the house were now identical to mine, the same faded blue. The flower pots on their porch mirrored mine down to the cracked terracotta saucer. Even the way their recycling bin was placed, crooked and overflowing, was a replica of mine. I swallowed hard and felt the bitter taste of panic rise in my throat. The air smelled faintly of damp concrete and something metallic, maybe the scent of fear itself. The night was thick, almost viscous, pressing in on me from all sides. I wrapped my hands around my knees, trying to slow the racing in my chest. I knew I had to do something. Waiting felt like surrender. But what? If I left, would they follow? If I stayed, would they break me? The thought of confronting them made my stomach knot tighter. I pulled on my jacket, the fabric rough against my skin, and slipped out the door, locking it behind me with deliberate care. The hallway smelled faintly of old carpet and cleaning detergent. I moved quickly, each step measured to avoid the creaky floorboard near the elevator. The lobby was deserted, cold fluorescent lights humming overhead. My breath came out in short bursts, the sharpness of it a reminder I was alive. I scanned the street through the glass doors. The figure was gone. Relief washed over me for a moment, but it was fleeting. I knew better. They were waiting. Watching. Copying. I started walking, my footsteps echoing against the pavement as I made my way toward the house across the street. The streetlights flickered erratically, casting shifting shadows that played tricks on my eyes. Every sound, the distant hum of a car engine, a dog barking somewhere far off, felt amplified, like the world had narrowed down to this single, unbearable moment. When I reached the curb, the front yard was empty, but the front door was slightly ajar. My breath hitched. I thought about running back, locking myself inside, shutting out the night. But something pulled me forward, a mix of dread and desperate curiosity. I pushed the door open with a creak that felt like an alarm bell in the silence. The house smelled like fresh paint and something else, something faintly chemical, antiseptic. It was too clean, too perfect. The walls were painted the exact shade of eggshell white I had just used in my own living room. The furniture was arranged the same way, down to the crooked throw pillow on the couch. My footsteps stirred the quiet as I moved through the house, each room a mirror of my own. Photographs hung on the walls, images of strangers, but in the frames, their faces were obscured, blurred, or missing entirely. An unnerving absence, like someone had deliberately erased them. In the kitchen, the matchbox from my apartment sat on the counter. The same brand, same worn edges. My heart slammed against my ribs. I reached out, fingers brushing the box, and the sound echoed too loudly in the stillness. Why? The word escaped me before I knew I'd spoken. I wanted to shout it, demand an answer, but the silence swallowed my voice. A floorboard creaked behind me. I spun around. The figure from across the street stood in the doorway, expression blank, eyes unreadable. They didn't speak, didn't move, just watched. Who are you? My voice was barely a whisper. No reply, just that eerie stillness. I backed away slowly, the cold pressing through my shoes, the air, cold and heavy with silence thick with tension. The room felt smaller, the walls closing in, suffocating. I wanted to run, to escape, but my feet were glued. The figure's gaze pinned me in place. Then, unexpectedly, they tilted their head and mimicked my voice, perfectly. Who are you? A shiver ran down my spine. The familiar words, warped and twisted, echoed in the silence. It wasn't just imitation anymore. It was mockery. I swallowed the lump rising in my throat and forced myself to speak again. Why are you doing this? What do you want? The figure stepped forward, slow and deliberate, their movements mirror imperfect, like a broken record skipping. They pointed toward the living room. I followed, heart hammering. On the coffee table lay a notebook, its cover plain and unmarked. I opened it with trembling hands. Inside, in my handwriting, were detailed notes, every routine, every phrase I used, every habit I had tried to hide. It was my life, catalogued and dissected. I slammed the notebook shut. This has to stop. The figure reached out, fingertips brushing the edge of the table. They repeated, in my voice again, this has to stop. A cold rage bubbled up inside me, fierce and wild. But beneath it, a deeper terror gnawed. This wasn't just about copying habits anymore. It was about control. About erasure. Without thinking, I turned and fled the house, the door slamming behind me with a finality that echoed down the empty street. The night air hit me hard, sharp and cold, and I gasped for breath. I glanced back, but the house was dark, silent. I ran, footsteps pounding against the pavement, the distant wail of sirens threading through the night like a warning. Back in my apartment, I locked every door and window, pulled the curtains tight, and sank to the floor. The notebook's weight pressed in my mind, a reminder that I wasn't just being watched. I was being studied, hunted, erased. The phone vibrated. A message. From an unknown number. You can't hide. We see everything. I dropped the phone. My hands shook uncontrollably. The walls seemed to close in again, the silence now a deafening roar. I was trapped. No escape. No privacy. No self. Only their endless reflection. And somewhere, deep in the dark, I knew this was only the beginning. The phone lay on the floor, screen cracked from the fall, its glow fading like a dying ember. Morning came slow. I didn't sleep. couldn't. Every creak of the apartment, every distant bark or rumble of a car, felt like a footstep behind me. I kept replaying everything the way they had mirrored me, the notebook filled with my habits, my words, my life, rewritten in their handwriting. It wasn't just imitation anymore, it was erasure. A slow, suffocating replacement. I finally forced myself up, rubbing my eyes until they stung. The apartment smelled stale, the kind of heavy air that sticks to your skin. I pulled open the curtains just a crack. The street outside was unnervingly quiet, like the neighborhood was holding its breath. I needed to get out. To think. To plan. I dressed quickly, opting for something plain: jeans, a worn sweater, shoes I knew wouldn't squeak. The hallway was empty when I left, the faint hum of distant lawnmowers and a neighbor's radio drifting through the air. I walked without direction, letting the pavement guide me as the sun finally broke through the clouds, dull and gray. It was in the park that I let my guard slip for a moment. The grass smelled damp, a mix of earth and early spring decay. I sat on a bench, fingers pressed to the rough wood, breathing in the cold air. For the first time in days, the noise of life felt real. Children's laughter echoed somewhere beyond the trees. A dog barked. The world kept turning, indifferent to my unraveling. But even here, I couldn't escape the feeling that they were watching. Following. Waiting. I pulled my phone out, the cracked screen still flickering weakly. I considered calling the police, but stopped. How could I explain this? My neighbors are copying me. They know everything I do. It sounded ridiculous. Paranoia. And they probably think I was making it up. Instead, I opened the Notes app. I'd started writing everything down: the patterns, the coincidences, the way their lives twisted into mine like vines. I wrote about the way Mrs. Klein had rearranged her living room sofa to match mine exactly, down to the angle of the cushions. How Mr. Ramirez repeated my phrases in conversation, word for word, as if stealing my voice. The way my daily habits became a script they all followed. But why? What did they want? The thought hit me suddenly, like a cold splash. Control. Not just over me, but over reality itself. They weren't just copying me, they were trying to be me. To erase the original and replace it with their version. I looked up just in time to see a woman, Mrs. Klein, walking across the path toward me. Her smile was too bright, too practiced. "Good morning," she said, voice dripping with sugar. "Isn't it a lovely day?" I nodded, swallowing hard. "I thought I'd invite you over for some tea. I made that lemon loaf you mentioned. It's just like you like it. Not too sweet." My throat tightened. The lemon loaf. I'd mentioned it once, to a friend, weeks ago. How could she know? I'm not feeling great, I said, voice barely above a whisper. "Oh, nonsense," she said, stepping closer, eyes glinting with something cold beneath the warmth. "You need company. You're so isolated here. We all are. That's why we look out for each other. Isn't that right?" Behind her, the other neighbors appeared, almost as if summoned, Mr. Ramirez with his uncanny mimicry of my gestures, the Petersons aligning their garden gnomes to match the pattern I'd created on my porch. They formed a quiet circle, smiles fixed and eyes unblinking. The air turned thick, humid with anticipation. I could taste metal on my tongue, dry and bitter. I stood up, heart hammering. "No, thank you," I said, stepping back. Mrs. Klein's smile faltered, but only for a moment. "You're part of this now," she whispered, voice sharp as glass. "You can't leave." I turned and ran, the gravel crunching beneath my feet, the murmurs of their voices trailing after me like a suffocating fog. Back in my apartment, I slammed every lock, drew the curtains tight, and sat in the center of the room, the walls closing in again. The notebook. The phone message. The mimicry. It wasn't just a game. It was a trap. I thought about moving. Leaving town. Starting over. But even then, I wondered, would they follow? Would someone else adopt my habits, my quirks, my life? Was it the neighborhood? Or the people? Or something darker in me that I couldn't escape? Days turned into weeks. I avoided the windows, spoke less, ate alone. But the shadows lingered. A reflection in the glass that wasn't quite mine. A phrase repeated in a stranger's voice. The scent of lemon loaf carried on the breeze from a neighbor's window. I realized then that the horror wasn't in some grand, dramatic moment. It was in the slow unraveling. The erosion of identity, piece by piece, until all that was left was a hollow echo. I'm not who I was when I moved here. Maybe I never was. But I am still here. Still fighting. Because even if they see everything, even if they copy every move, every word, they can't take what I don't give. Not all of it. There's a space inside me, messy, chaotic, raw, that no reflection can capture. It's imperfect, unrepeatable. It's mine. And for now, that has to be enough. Story 3, Misleading Trail, Forest's Sinister Guidance. The trail had been so clear in the morning, like a ribbon laid out just for me, winding through the forest without a single doubt or hesitation. I'd been hiking alone for a couple of hours by then, the sun climbing steadily, filtering through the canopy in golden slashes. The scent of damp earth and pine needles was sharp, almost intoxicating. I love that smell. It makes me think of childhood, of long summer days spent wandering in the woods behind my grandparents' house. Maybe that's why I chose this trail, marked as moderate, but honestly, I was looking for something more like a walk than a challenge. I was tired, sure, but not tired enough to worry. The path was well marked, 2 white blazes painted on tree trunks at regular intervals, faded but clear. I glanced down at my boots crunching on the dry leaves and bark chips. It felt familiar, safe. I even hummed a little tune to myself, something from the radio that morning. I know how that sounds, alone in the forest, humming like a lost child. But it helped keep my spirits up. About an hour in, I stopped to catch my breath beside a mossy boulder. I sat down, pulled out my water bottle, and took a long sip. The air was cooler here, shaded by towering firs and maples. I could hear a distant woodpecker tapping in a steady rhythm, and somewhere far off, a dog barked twice, sharp and urgent. That was odd. Dogs don't usually roam this deep. I shrugged. Maybe a hunter with his pet, or someone camping nearby. That's when I first noticed it. The trail felt different underfoot. Not physically, exactly. The texture was the same, dry dirt and small stones. But the way the path curved, the way the trees leaned slightly inward, like they were trying to guide me somewhere. I stopped and looked up. The usual straight stretch ahead was gone. Instead, the trail angled sharply to the right, skirting a dense thicket I didn't remember being there on the map. I checked my phone, no signal. Typical. I must have blinked. Maybe the map was outdated or I was just off course. It happens. I told myself that. Still, I felt a twinge of unease, a tiny knot tightening in my stomach. I turned back slightly, trying to recapture the original path. But the forest was thick, the trees too close now, branches brushing my jacket sleeves. The air smelled different here, less pine and more damp decay. Mushrooms clustered along the roots, and the undergrowth was tangled, like someone had been trampling through recently. I shook my head. Relax, I muttered, voice low, almost a whisper. You're just tired. You've been hiking too long. I took another sip of water, wiped my brow, and pressed forward. That's when I heard it. A rustling, soft but deliberate, somewhere off the trail to my left. I froze. The sound wasn't from the wind or a small animal. It was slower, heavier, like someone stepping carefully through leaves, deliberately avoiding a snap or a crack. My hands trembled slightly, though I tried to steady my breath. "Hello?" I called, voice steadier than I felt. "Is someone there?" No answer. Just the quiet forest pressing in again, thick and still. The dog barked once more, closer this time, and then silence. I debated turning around, but curiosity held me rooted. Maybe it was just a hiker like me, lost or taking a break. Still, the feeling that something was watching me crawled along my spine like cold fingers. I scanned the trees, peering into shadows deeper than they should be this early in the day. The trail shifted again, subtle this time, almost imperceptible. The path angled left before curving right, as if it was leading me somewhere else entirely. I bent down, fingers brushing the ground, tracing the dirt. The footprints were faint but there. Someone had been here recently. Not just footprints either. Broken twigs, flattened grass at the edge of the path. Signs of life. I swallowed hard. "Okay," I whispered, "okay." My voice sounded small in the open woods. I wanted to convince myself this was normal, that I wasn't being watched. But then I spotted it, a scrap of fabric caught on a branch, pale and frayed. I moved closer, heart pounding loudly enough I was sure it echoed in the silence. The fabric looked like something from a jacket, maybe a shirt. Too big for any animal. Too deliberate to be natural. I stuffed the scrap into my pocket and took a step back. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I wasn't imagining this. Someone had been here. Someone had been watching. The wind picked up, carrying with it a faint, sour smell. Not quite rotten, but close. Like something left too long in the damp. My eyes darted around, catching a flicker of movement out of the corner of my vision. Just a shadow, I told myself. Just a trick of the light. I reached for my phone again. Still no signal. The trail was unfamiliar now, twisting deeper into the forest, away from the parking lot and safety. The sun was dipping lower, casting long, lazy shadows between the trees. I wanted to turn back, but the path didn't want me to. It curved one last time, leading me toward a clearing I hadn't seen on the map. The grass was flattened here, trampled down in a way that suggested it had been used recently. There was a small pile of stones stacked neatly near a tree, too neat to be natural. I crouched down, fingers tracing the cold surfaces. My breath came out in shallow puffs. The forest around me was quiet now, save for the distant, fading bark of that dog. I felt eyes on me, though I couldn't see anyone. I stood up quickly. The trail behind me had vanished. The forest had swallowed it whole. I wasn't lost yet. Not quite. But I wasn't safe either. And I had the sinking feeling I never would be. The air hung heavy and damp as I stood in the clearing, ice flicking back and forth between the neat pile of stones and the empty space where the trail had been seconds ago. I knelt again by the stones, this time more methodical. Each rock was about the size of my fist, smooth on one side, jagged on the other, stacked with an almost obsessive care. Someone had been here recently. Maybe even today. I glanced upward. The sun was now a molten orange, bleeding through the canopy, and shadows stretched like fingers across the ground. A breeze stirred the leaves overhead, and with it came the faintest scent of smoke. Not campfire smoke, but something sharper, like something burning plastic or rubber. I wrinkled my nose. That didn't fit the forest. It was wrong. I stood quickly, scanning the perimeter of the clearing. The trees here were older, thicker, their trunks like gnarled pillars. Moss clung to the bark in thick patches, the ground soft beneath my boots. I picked up a twig and snapped it. The sharp crack echoed far too loudly in the quiet. Silence. Complete silence. Then a rustling off to the right. Something quick. Something small. Maybe a squirrel. Maybe not. Hello? I called, voice cracking just slightly. No answer. Just the wind threading through the leaves, whispering secrets I didn't understand. I took a cautious step forward, eyes narrowing. The path was gone, swallowed by undergrowth and shadow. It was as if the forest had deliberately erased it, forcing me deeper. But why? What was the point? I shook my head. I knew how that sounded. Crazy, paranoid. I needed evidence. I pulled out my phone again. No signal. The screen was dim, the battery at half. I scrolled back through my photos, looking for something, anything that might explain what I was seeing. Pictures of the trail markers, a snapshot of the parking lot before I left, and then a blurry shot I didn't remember taking. Something dark in the background, half hidden behind a tree. A shape. No face. No features. Just a shadow. I pressed on, heart thudding. The path might have disappeared, but I could make my own. Branches snapped underfoot, leaves rustled, and my breathing came out loud. I tried to keep it steady, but the cold trickle of sweat on my neck told a different story. After a few minutes, I spotted another sign, this one less official, more crude. A strip of red fabric tied around a branch, faded and frayed. Someone had marked their territory. The fabric fluttered faintly, a silent beacon. My stomach twisted. It was a warning. Or maybe a trap. I hesitated. Should I follow this? I told myself I was just being cautious, gathering clues. That I wasn't running blindly into something I didn't understand. But the truth was, curiosity gnawed at me like a persistent rat. I stepped toward the marker, and a sudden noise made me freeze, a soft crunch, like someone stepping on dry leaves, coming from behind a thick oak a few yards away. I spun around. Nothing but trees. Who's there? My voice was steadier than I expected. No answer. I strained to listen. The forest was too quiet now, like it was holding its breath. The smell of smoke was stronger here, acrid and sharp. My throat tightened. Something was definitely wrong. Then I saw it. A scrap of paper, pinned to the tree just below the red fabric. I reached out, fingers trembling, and peeled it free. The paper was yellowed, edges curled, and scrawled in hurried, almost frantic handwriting with the words, "Stop following. Turn back now." My skin prickled. Whoever left this was close. Watching me. I glanced around, heart hammering. The trees seemed to lean in, their branches tangled like grasping fingers. I stuffed the note in my pocket and took a step back, then another, eyes darting. The forest was a maze, but something was guiding me deeper still, something that didn't want me to leave. I tried to steady my breath. I told myself to think logically. I reminded myself I wasn't alone in this forest. People hike these trails every day. There had to be an explanation. But that explanation felt as fleeting and fragile as the fading light. I moved forward, following the faint traces of a path, barely visible beneath the thick carpet of needles and leaves. The trees grew closer together here, branches intertwining overhead, blotting out what little sky was left. The air grew colder, the smell of damp earth mixing with that bitter smoke. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I caught movement. A figure, slipping silently between the trees. I blinked, heart stalling. Gone. I shook my head, trying to convince myself it was a trick of the light. But the unease settled deep in my bones. I kept moving, each step heavier than the last, until I stumbled into a small clearing, much smaller than the last, ringed by dead, brittle trees. The ground here was bare, except for a scattering of broken twigs and a single, weathered backpack lying abandoned near a tree trunk. I crouched beside it, fingers brushing the coarse fabric. It looked worn but functional, the kind hikers use for day trips. I reached inside, surprised to find a half-empty water bottle and a folded piece of paper. Hand shaking, I unfolded the note. The writing was different this time, neater, more deliberate. You're close. Stop now if you want to stay safe. The words burned into my mind. Whoever this was, they weren't just watching. They were communicating. But why? What did they want? I looked around again, senses straining. The forest pressed in, silent and watchful. The smell of smoke was strongest here, almost suffocating. My skin crawled. I wanted to run. I wanted to scream. But my legs felt rooted, as if the forest itself had tethered me in place. Then I heard it, a low, deliberate sound, like someone clearing their throat, just beyond the trees. I swallowed hard, heart skipping. I called out, voice steady, hoping for a human answer. Who's there? I don't want trouble. No reply. Only the rustling of leaves and the faint crackle of a small fire somewhere deeper in the woods. I glanced toward the sound, then back at the path disappearing behind me. The sun had vanished completely now, swallowed by the thick canopy. Twilight had turned to dusk. I wasn't alone. Not by a long shot. And whatever was out here wasn't going to let me leave without a fight of some kind. I stuffed the note and the other scrap into my pocket, slung the backpack over my shoulder, and started moving again. Step by slow step. Eyes wide. Breath shallow. Because the forest wasn't just hiding its watcher anymore. It was preparing to reveal them. I stood frozen, the shadows swallowing the last slivers of daylight. I swallowed hard, tasting the bitterness of fear mixed with dry pine and damp earth. The note in my pocket felt heavier now, like it was stitched with secrets I wasn't ready to unravel. Its ragged edges rubbed against my palm, grounding me in a strange way. I told myself I had to keep going, but the trail, the very path that had felt so reliable just hours ago, was shifting beneath my feet. Subtle, almost imperceptible changes that unsettled my mind. At first, it was just the way the dirt seemed softer here, the way the leaves crunched differently. Then the tree line curved where I remembered it running straight. Little things. Tiny signs I dismissed before. Now they pressed against me like a cold weight. I stepped forward, each footfall a question mark. The path no longer led towards safety. It was guiding me somewhere else. Somewhere I hadn't signed up to visit. Okay, I whispered to myself, voice barely breaking the silence. What do you want? No answer. Only the crackling fire, distant but persistent. I glanced around, eyes darting between skeletal trunks and thick shadows. The forest was alive with sound, twigs snapping, leaves rustling, a distant owl's mournful call, yet nothing human moved in sight. Still, I knew I wasn't alone. I started walking, slow at first, then faster, trying to put some space between me and whatever waited out there. But the path curved again, leading me past a cluster of moss-covered boulders I was sure hadn't been there before. My heart hammered so loud I was afraid it would give me away. Then I heard it. A faint, deliberate pattern of knocks. 3 sharp raps, pause, then 2. I froze, breath hitching. Not random. Someone was signaling. "Hello?" I called, voice cracking on the edge of panic. "I'm not looking for trouble." No reply. Only silence, broken by the whisper of the wind threading through branches. I felt my hands tremble, fingers curling into tight fists. Why wasn't I running? Why wasn't I screaming? It was like the forest had a hold on me I couldn't shake. Or maybe I was waiting for the truth. Waiting for whatever had been watching me to show itself. The firelight flickered again, now unmistakably close. I squinted, catching the glow through a break in the trees. A small clearing, ringed by charred logs and crushed leaves. The smell of smoke hit me, sharp, acrid, mixed with something sour and metallic. Blood? No, I told myself. Not yet. I stepped closer, every nerve screaming to turn back, but I kept moving. The clearing was empty except for a few scattered belongings, a battered backpack, a half-empty water bottle, a crumpled map pinned down by a rock. I recognized the handwriting on the map. It was mine. Someone had taken it from me. My breath caught. Someone had been here. Watching me. Following me. Not just days, but hours, maybe even since the moment I started this hike. I knelt, heart pounding so fiercely I thought it might leap out and run. The backpack was worn but looked recently used. I rifled through it, hands shaking. A small notebook, pages filled with scribbled notes and sketches, maps, names, times. My name appeared over and over, circled and underlined like some kind of target. I swallowed hard. This wasn't random. It was planned. Suddenly, a twig snapped behind me. I spun around, heart leaping to my throat. Nothing. Just the thick trees, silent and watching. A slow realization crept in. The path had changed not by accident, but on purpose. I'd been led here. Tricked. There was no turning back. I stuffed the notebook in my jacket and stood up. The firelight had vanished. The forest felt colder now, darker. The weight of unseen eyes pressed down on me, suffocating. I whispered, "Whoever you are, show yourself." Silence. Then, from somewhere behind a thick oak, a voice answered. Calm. Controlled. Almost amused. "You're closer than you think." I swallowed hard, every instinct screaming to flee. But the trail behind me was no longer the one I'd come on. It had disappeared, swallowed by the forest's shifting shadows. I was trapped, and the watcher was no longer hiding. A figure stepped into the dim light, tall and slender, cloaked in deep green that blended seamlessly with the mossy undergrowth. Their eyes gleamed like shards of glass, reflecting the fragmented moonlight filtering through the canopy. I tried to steady my breath, but the cold knot in my stomach tightened. "Why am I here?" I demanded, my voice shaking despite the bravado I tried to summon. The watcher's lips curved into a faint smile. "Because the forest chose you. It's been waiting for years, really. It needs a guardian, someone who can see beyond the veil." "Guardian?" I echoed, disbelief thick in my throat. "I'm no one special." "Special or not," they said, stepping closer, "the forest's secrets don't reveal themselves to just anyone. You've been marked since the very beginning, whether you knew it or not." I took a step back, eyes scanning the shadows for an escape, but the woods had grown unnervingly silent. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. What happens if I refuse? The smile vanished, replaced by an expression as cold and unyielding as the ancient trees themselves. Refusal isn't an option. Not anymore. The coldness in the air, cold and heavy with silence, pressed harder now, like the forest itself was closing in. Marked since the beginning, the Watcher had said. I'd never believed in destiny or fate, but the thought lodged itself in my mind like a splinter I couldn't pull out. How had this been happening without me noticing? Why didn't I see the signs earlier? The forest had been changing the path beneath my feet for days, no, weeks, drawing me here, to this moment. But I needed answers, not riddles. I swallowed hard, eyes locked on the figure standing just beyond the reach of the faint light. Their face was half hidden by shadows, but the subtle rise of a cheekbone, the way their shoulders tensed, made me realize this wasn't some random stranger. They'd been watching me, studying me, tracking my every move along the trail. What do you want from me? I asked, voice low but steady, even as my hands trembled. I rubbed my palms against my thighs, trying to warm them, feeling the rough bark of a tree scrape against my fingers. To understand, the Watcher said softly, as if revealing a secret too heavy to carry alone. This forest isn't just trees and dirt. It's a story written by those who came before, and those who never left. It needs a keeper. Someone who won't let it fall apart. I wanted to argue, to say I wasn't that person, but the truth was, I was already tangled in this. The sensation of the trail shifting beneath my boots wasn't random. The soft crunch of leaves and twigs behind me, sometimes too close, sometimes far enough to make me doubt my own hearing, was proof enough. Someone had been guiding me here, and now the moment had come to face whatever that meant. Why me? I asked again, stepping closer, the uneven ground making each footfall uncertain. The damp smell of moss and earth filled my nostrils, mingling with a sharp, metallic tang I couldn't place. Maybe it was just the cold air settling in my sinuses. The Watcher didn't answer immediately. Instead, they reached into a pocket, pulling out a small, battered notebook. Its cover was cracked and stained, the pages inside filled with cramped, almost frantic handwriting. They held it out, the dim light revealing sketches of the forest, notes on the shifting paths, and most unsettling, a series of crude maps marking places I didn't recognize. This has been going on for years, they said. I've been trying to make sense of it, trying to prepare someone. You! I flipped through the notebook, the pages brittle and smelling faintly of mildew. There were entries about strange noises at night, about footprints that appeared and vanished, about voices heard just beyond the edge of hearing. It was like reading a diary of paranoia, but the details matched what I'd experienced. The shifting trail, the feeling of being watched, the unnerving silence that fell over the forest when I stopped moving. Why not leave? Why not tell someone? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The tension in my chest tightened, making it hard to breathe. The Watcher's eyes darkened. Because no one would believe us. They'd think we're crazy. The forest doesn't want outsiders meddling. It keeps its secrets close, and it punishes those who pry too deeply. I looked around, the trees looming like silent sentinels, their branches whispering secrets I couldn't quite hear. The wind had picked up, rattling leaves and sending a chill through my jacket. I shivered, trying to shake the creeping dread that wasn't just about the cold. You think I can keep this secret? That I can be the guardian? I shook my head, incredulous. I'm just someone who wanted to hike a trail. I'm not equipped for this. The Watcher's gaze softened, almost pitying. Equipped or not, you're here. You can't walk away now. A sudden noise made me freeze, a rustle to my left, sharp and deliberate. My heart slammed against my ribs. The Watcher tensed, eyes narrowing into the darkness. Did you hear that? I whispered. They nodded slowly. We're not alone. I wanted to bolt, to turn and run back the way I came, but the forest seemed to shift beneath my feet again. The path I thought I knew was gone, replaced by a narrow trail winding deeper into the shadows. The air grew heavier, thick with the scent of wet leaves and something else, something faintly acrid and unsettling. "Who else is here?" I asked, voice tight. The watcher glanced over their shoulder, then back at me. "Someone who doesn't want us here. Someone who's been watching too." The words hit me like a cold wave. The idea that I was caught in some unseen game, that the forest wasn't just a backdrop but an active participant in this, made my skin crawl. I felt exposed, vulnerable in a way I hadn't before. "We have to keep moving," the watcher said. "If they catch us here, it won't end well." I hesitated. The rational part of me screamed to run, but the part tangled in fear and curiosity held me in place. The knot in my stomach tightened until it was almost unbearable. "Why not stop and wait for daylight?" I suggested, trying to sound confident. "Because waiting means losing the advantage." They took a step forward, their boots sinking slightly into the moss. "The forest changes at night. Paths close. Openings vanish. Daylight would trap us." I swallowed, the bitter tang of adrenaline filling my mouth. My breath came in shallow bursts, uneven and quick. Every instinct screamed at me to get away, but the watcher's presence was oddly grounding, like a lifeline through this spiraling nightmare. We moved together, the narrow trail winding down a gentle slope slick with damp leaves and patches of exposed roots. The silence pressed in around us, broken only by the occasional snap of a twig or the distant call of an owl. My senses felt sharpened to a painful degree, the rough bark under my fingertips, the cold bite of the night air, the faint rustling that seemed to follow just beyond my peripheral vision. Then, without warning, the watcher stopped. Their finger pointed to a cluster of shadows just off the trail, where the underbrush grew thick and tangled. "There," they whispered. "They're watching us now." I squinted, trying to make out shapes in the darkness. Something shifted, too big for a deer, too deliberate for any animal. My throat tightened again. "Should we turn back?" I asked, voice barely audible. The watchers shook their head. "Not yet. We need to see who's out there." The tension was like a live wire, humming under my skin. I felt the weight of the notebook in my hand, the fragile link to the truth and whatever fate awaited me. The air tasted bitter, and my stomach churned with cold dread. Suddenly, a faint crunch echoed from the shadows. The sun was dipping low behind the thick canopy, filtering through the leaves in slants of amber and gold that felt almost too warm for the chill settling into my bones. I still couldn't shake the sensation that the trail beneath me wasn't quite the same as the one I'd been following for days. It wasn't just the unevenness or the way the dirt seemed softer in places, almost freshly disturbed. It was the way my footsteps felt unsteady, as if the path itself was shifting, subtly nudging me further away from familiar ground and deeper into something unseen. I stopped and crouched down beside a patch of moss that felt unnervingly wet and looked darker than the rest, almost black. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and decaying leaves, but beneath that, something sharper, like burnt wood, and something metallic, faint but undeniable. I sniffed again, trying to place it, then shook my head, blaming my imagination. I had to be careful not to let the forest play tricks on me. Still, that scent didn't fade. I stood up, muscles tight, and glanced back. There was no one behind me, just the endless stretch of trees and the soft rustle of wind shaking loose the last stubborn leaves. I ran a hand through my hair, feeling sweat despite the chill. My boots sank slightly into the soft dirt, and I noticed fresh footprints too large, too deep to be mine, pressed into the path just a few paces ahead. They weren't human, not exactly. They were clumsy, heavy, uneven, like someone who hadn't walked a trail before. I swallowed hard. "All right," I said aloud, voice rough and low. Whoever you are, I'm not interested in a meeting. No answer. I thought about turning back, about retracing my steps, but the trail behind me was gone, literally. The path shifted again, a faint curve just enough to hide what I knew was the original trail from sight. I could feel the panic rising, pressing in my chest like a fist, but I forced myself to breathe through it, slow and steady. I kept moving forward. The forest deepened, shadows growing longer, the trees leaning closer together as if to trap me in. The air was cooler now, damp and thick with the scent of pine needles and something else, something acrid, like burnt rubber. My eyes caught on something glinting faintly on the ground, a shard of glass, maybe, or a fragment of plastic reflecting the last light. I crouched and picked it up carefully, turning it over in my hands. It was a piece of a mirror. That struck me cold. Who carried a mirror deep into these woods, where no one else came? And why? I pocketed the shard, the rough edge pressing into my palm. My skin prickled. Then I heard it, a faint noise, sharp but distant, like a cough or a throat clearing. I stopped dead. The sound came again, closer this time, and then a rustle just beyond a thicket of ferns. My breath hitched, my hands trembling slightly. Hello? I called, voice shaking more than I wanted. I'm not looking for trouble. Silence. I waited, ears straining. The forest was alive with sound, distant birdsong, the snap of a twig, the whisper of wind through leaves. But no answer. A slow realization crept over me. This wasn't random. Someone had been here, watching. The trail shifting wasn't an accident. It was deliberate, a trap woven from the earth itself. I swallowed again and pressed onward, heart hammering in my chest. The path finally opened into a small clearing, where an old, dilapidated cabin sat half hidden beneath overgrown vines and moss. The windows were dark, like empty eyes, and the door hung slightly ajar. A faint smell of mildew and something metallic hung in the air. I stood at the edge of the clearing, feeling exposed and vulnerable, but also strangely calm. It was the kind of place you'd expect in a horror story, and yet here I was, face to face with it. No ghosts, no monsters, just a person. A human. I stepped forward, calling out. Is anyone here? No movement. I edged closer, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot loud in the heavy silence. The door creaked as I pushed it open, revealing a room cluttered with forgotten things, broken furniture, scattered papers, a rusty kettle on a cold stove. The air was stale, thick with the smell of neglect and old smoke. Then I heard it, a creak from the loft above. I froze, every nerve taut. I don't want to cause trouble, I said again, voice low. If you're here, let's talk. A figure slipped down the stairs, an older man, face weathered and drawn, eyes sharp and tired. He held nothing in his hands, just watched me with a mixture of suspicion and something like relief. You shouldn't be here, he said quietly. I know, I replied. But neither should you. Why watch me? Why lure me here? He hesitated, glancing toward the window, where the last light was fading fast. Because I'm afraid, he said finally. And because I needed to know you were real. That made no sense, but I nodded slowly, the tension in my chest easing just a fraction. He told me his story in halting bursts, how he'd lived alone for years, ever since his wife left and the world outside became too much. How he watched the trail, hoping to see someone, anyone, to remind him he wasn't invisible. How he'd shifted the path, gently, to guide me here. I listened, the weight of his loneliness pressing down on me like the dusk settling outside. I didn't feel relief or triumph. Just a deep, aching sadness. We talked until the last light vanished, sharing stories neither of us had expected. The forest outside grew quiet, the shadows folding in around the cabin like a shroud. When I finally left, the path behind me was steady and true again, the forest welcoming dawn with a freshness that tasted like hope and regret all at once. I carried the shard of mirror in my pocket, a reminder that sometimes the scariest things are the ones we don't see until they're right in front of us. Walking back to the trailhead, I realized I was different now, not just a hiker lost in the woods, but someone who had touched the edges of another's solitude and found a strange kind of connection there. The forest had shifted beneath my feet, yes. But so had I. Story 4, Vanishing Keys, Objects Lost Between Worlds. I never thought much about the exact spot where I left my keys or phone. They were just objects, tools, really, that I tossed somewhere convenient, usually the small wooden shelf by the front door or the countertop beside the sink. Always the same places. I'm the kind of person who likes order, but not obsessive order. Just enough so I don't have to waste time hunting around every morning before work. Routine, neat, predictable. That was before they started disappearing. The first time I noticed it, I thought I just misplaced them, maybe knocked the keys into the couch cushions or set the phone down in the bedroom instead of the kitchen. It was early, and I was still half dreaming, fumbling with the lock to leave for the office. I swear I had put my keys right there on the shelf, just like always. But they weren't there. The phone was missing, too. I checked my jacket pockets, the coffee table, the bathroom counter where I sometimes brush my hair before leaving. Nothing. No keys, no phone. A vague unease tickled at the back of my neck, but I pushed it aside. Maybe I grabbed them and dropped them somewhere in the hallway or the car. It wasn't like me to lose things, but it happened. I was late for work, so I left the apartment without my phone, which felt strange but not catastrophic. I figured I'd call home from a coworker's phone and come back for the keys later. What else could I do? I locked the door behind me, the familiar click echoing down the stairwell. Hours later, I got a call on my office phone from my own number. It was my phone. Someone had found it and was calling me back. The voice was muffled, distant, and when I asked who it was, the line went dead. The keys were still missing. I went home early that day, the sun dipping low and casting long shadows across the neighborhood. The air smelled faintly of rain, a dampness pressing against my skin like a warning. I was careful not to let my thoughts spiral. It was probably just some crazy coincidence. Sounds impossible, but it happened. Maybe someone had picked the phone up from the sidewalk or a cafe and tried to return it, but didn't want to talk. When I got inside, the keys were sitting on the kitchen counter. Exactly where I always left them. I stared at them for a long time. The metal glinted under the kitchen light, cold and ordinary. Nothing about them looked out of place. No smudges, no scratches. It was as if they had never left the apartment. That night I lay awake long after the street lamps flickered off and the city settled into a low, buzzing quiet. The bed creaked every so often. The air smelled faintly of old paper and something metallic, like pennies or rust. I kept imagining footsteps on the stairs, the soft scrape of a shoe on concrete. But the apartment was silent. Complete silence. I told myself I was imagining things, that the whole episode was a fluke. But then it happened again. Morning came with the same pale light spilling through the blinds. I poured coffee, the bitter warmth filling my mouth and throat as I tried to shake the unease. My phone and keys were gone once more. I checked every usual spot, then the less usual ones under the sofa, inside the laundry basket, even behind the fridge. Nothing. I called my landlord's office to see if anyone had turned in lost property. No one had. I called the local police station, just to report the missing phone and keys, half joking. They advised me to be cautious and maybe change my locks if I felt something was off, but there was nothing concrete to go on. No signs of forced entry. No disturbances. By late afternoon, I received a text from my own number. It was a photo of my keys and phone sitting on the dashboard of a car. The message was just a single word: found. The timestamp showed the image was taken miles from my apartment, across town near the old industrial district. I stared at the screen, the hairs on my arms prickling. I didn't know anyone who lived or worked out there. I called the number back. The line was silent for a long, breathless moment. Then a click. The call ended. My hands trembled as I sat down on the edge of my couch. The coffee table felt rough under my fingertips. I tried to steady my breathing, but my throat was tight, dry. The apartment felt smaller somehow, the walls leaning in just a little. Who would do this? Why? And how? I checked the locks again, turning each deadbolt with deliberate care. The wood of the door was cold beneath my palm. The faint hum of the refrigerator filled the room. Outside, a dog barked in the distance, sharp and sudden, then silence. I wanted to believe it was a prank, some elaborate joke by a neighbor or a random stranger. But there was no note, no message explaining or taunting. Just the quiet, creeping disappearance and reappearance of my things. I started imagining the worst, that someone had been inside my apartment while I was gone, rifling through my belongings without leaving a trace. The thought made my skin crawl. I pictured shadows moving just beyond the curtains, footsteps fading down the hallway, a watchful presence I couldn't see but could feel. Sleep came fitfully that night. Each creak and whisper of the building made me flinch. I kept my phone close, eyes darting toward every flicker of light or unexpected noise. The keys rested on the kitchen counter, untouched and waiting. The next morning, the keys and phone vanished again. I was beginning to question everything. Not just the security of my home, but my own mind. Was I losing track? Forgetting where I put them? Or was someone else playing a quiet, invisible game and I was the only one who didn't know the rules? The morning light sliced through the blinds in sharp lines across the kitchen counter where I'd left my keys and phone. I stared at the spot, disbelief mixing with a creeping unease. This had happened again. Last night's uneasy sleep had done nothing to slow the vanishing act. I clenched my jaw, trying to steady the tremor in my hands. No note, no message, no sign that anyone had been here. Just the quiet disappearance. I needed to know how. And why. I wrapped myself in yesterday's hoodie and pulled on my shoes, the worn soles pressing against the cracked linoleum floor. I couldn't wait for the phone to show up again, hours away on some other street corner in this sprawling city. I had to do something now. I grabbed a small notebook and a pen from the dining table. No phone meant no recording, no GPS pinging, no quick calls. Just me and this thin sheet of paper. I sat back down at the counter, the morning light warming my skin unevenly. Then, I started marking times. When I'd come home the night before, when I'd gone to bed, when I woke up. Every detail mattered. I made a list. Keys and phone on counter at 10:15 p.m. Went to bed at midnight, lights off at 12:10 a.m. Woke at 6:45 a.m., keys and phone gone. I stared at the list. It wasn't much, but it was something. A timeline. If this was some kind of prank, or worse, someone breaking in, they had a schedule. I decided to check the apartment again, more carefully this time. The door locks. No scratches, no signs of forced entry. The windows. Double-checked. Locked tight. The front door deadbolt was secure, the chain untouched. I ran my fingers along the door frame, feeling the rough plaster under the chipped paint. Nothing. No dust displaced. No footprints. The silence in the apartment was overwhelming, except for the low hum of the fridge and the distant rumble of traffic outside. The faint scent of coffee still lingered in the kitchen, faint but oddly comforting. It reminded me of mornings before this madness started. I called my landlord, Mr. Reyes, a stocky man with a voice like gravel and a habit of sighing loudly on the phone. "Morning, Mr. Reyes. It's about the apartment. Has anyone else had issues with missing items? Keys, phones, anything?" There was a pause. "Not that I know of, but I'll check with the other tenants." "You sure you're not misplacing them?" "Look, I know how that sounds, but I'm careful. I always leave my keys and phone right here on the counter." All right. I'll let you know if I hear anything." I hung up, frustration simmering under my skin. No help there. Later that day, I went for a walk around the neighborhood. The city felt different now, as if the familiar streets had shifted just out of reach. The air was thick with the smell of hot asphalt and exhaust fumes, a sharp contrast to the quiet in my apartment. I stopped at a cafe and ordered a black coffee, the bitter taste grounding me. I pulled out the notebook and began jotting down observations. Who else had access to my apartment? The building was small, only 10 units, and most residents kept to themselves. I knew a few faces: Mrs. O'Connor, an elderly woman who walked her dog every afternoon, the couple in 3B who kept their blinds closed tight, and Mike from 2C, who worked nights and came home smelling of sweat and coffee. No one seemed like the type to sneak in and play this strange game. But what if I was wrong? What if this wasn't about who had the keys, but who had the opportunity? I decided to ask Mrs. O'Connor. I found her in the hallway, struggling with her mail. Her silver hair was pulled back in a loose knot, and her eyes had the sharpness of someone who had seen too much. "Morning, Mrs. O'Connor," I said, forcing a smile. "Have you noticed anything strange around here lately? Missing things, odd noises?" She looked up, her eyes narrowing. "Strange? Not that I can recall. But I do hear footsteps sometimes late at night. Thought it was just the building settling." "Footsteps?" "Yeah. Could be rats or just the wind. You never know in this old place." Her voice was low, almost conspiratorial. I nodded, thanked her, and walked away. The footsteps. That was new. But late at night? I was pretty sure my keys and phone disappeared before I went to bed. On my way back, I passed the building's laundry room. The door was slightly ajar. I pushed it open, the stale air hitting me like a wall, thick with detergent and damp fabric. I scanned the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay. Nothing unusual. But then I spotted something on the floor near the dryer, a small, crumpled piece of paper. I picked it up carefully, smoothing it out. It was a receipt from a cafe several miles away, dated from earlier that morning. Odd. I didn't recognize the place, and I definitely hadn't been there. Why was it here? I pocketed the receipt and left the laundry room, my heart picking up pace. Was this connected? Was someone trying to send me a message? Back in my apartment, I spread everything out on the kitchen table, the notebook, the receipt, my empty hands. I tried calling my phone from the landline, but it went straight to voicemail. No surprise. I stared at the blank screen of the dead phone on the counter. Well, it would be dead until it reappeared, wherever that might be. I was running out of options. Then I remembered something else. The security cameras in the building's hallway. They were old, grainy, and only recorded when triggered by motion. But maybe they caught something. I called Mr. Reyes again. About the cameras, can I see the footage from last night? Around midnight? There was a long pause. I don't usually let tenants view that stuff. It's private. I understand. But I think someone might be coming in when I'm asleep. I'm worried. He sighed heavily. All right. I'll check and get back to you. The next few hours dragged. I paced the apartment, listening to the creaks and groans as the sun moved across the sky. The light changed, shadows lengthened, and the air grew cooler. Then my phone buzzed. A text. From an unknown number. Looking closer doesn't always help. My hands trembled as I held the phone. I didn't reply. Who was this? How did they get my number? The line between what was real and what wasn't was blurring fast. I wanted to run. But where to? I wasn't just being watched. I was being played. And the game was far from over. The phone screen glowed faintly in the darkened room. The words "looking closer doesn't always help" crawling across my vision like a warning. I ran my fingers through my hair, the roughness scratching my scalp. The keys and phone were still nowhere to be found. Another morning, another disappearance, and now this unsettling message. My mind jumped ahead, trying to piece it all together, but the puzzle slipped through my fingers like sand. The text was a taunt. Whoever was behind this wasn't just messing with me casually. They wanted something. Control. Power. The knowledge that I was watching and reacting made the game more interesting for them. I checked the time. Just past midnight. The hours when the world outside shut down and the shadows grew longer inside. I hadn't heard any footsteps or knocks. No strange noises beyond the usual creaks. But the vanishing keys and phone, the cryptic text, it all pointed to someone inside this building. I grabbed my coat and slipped on my shoes, the worn leather stiff against my skin. I wasn't going to wait for Mr. Reyes or anyone else to act. If someone was sneaking into my apartment, I needed to see it for myself. The hallway outside was dimly lit, the flickering fluorescent light overhead casting uneven shadows along the peeling wallpaper. The air smelled faintly of damp plaster and stale smoke. I moved quietly, trying to catch any sign of movement. Nothing. The other tenants' doors were shut tight, their silence pressing against my ears. I crept to the stairwell, the metal steps cold beneath my fingertips as I ran the handrail. My breath came out in short puffs, visible in the chill air. A draft whispered through the shaft, carrying faint noises somewhere below, the scrape of a chair or the soft thud of a dropped object. I froze, straining to listen. The sound stopped. I descended 3 flights, then paused. The basement. The building's forgotten underbelly. I'd never been down there before. Not alone. The smell hit me first, a sour, musty blend of mildew and rust. The walls were rough concrete, damp to the touch, and the single bulb overhead buzzed faintly. In the corner, I spotted a small door, its paint chipped and faded. Behind it, a narrow crawl space led somewhere beyond sight. I felt a pang of unease but pressed forward. Suddenly, a noise from behind, a soft clatter, made me spin around. Nothing. Just shadows dancing on the cracked walls. I pulled out my phone, the screen lighting up the gloom. No messages. No calls. No sign of the unknown number. But then, the screen went dark. Dead battery. I hadn't charged it in hours. Typical. I cursed under my breath, the frustration burning in my chest. I heard footsteps, slow and deliberate, echoing from the stairwell above. Not mine. Not anyone I knew. Panic prickled at the base of my skull. Hello? I called out, voice shaky but loud enough to carry. Is someone there? No answer. just the soft scrape of shoes on concrete, retreating. I wanted to follow, to catch whoever it was, but the darkness pressed in, thick and suffocating. I pulled my coat tighter, the rough fabric scratching against my neck. Back upstairs, I found the hallway empty. The flickering light overhead steadied for a moment, then faltered again. I felt eyes on me. I knew it. But from where? The other apartments were sealed off, no signs of movement or light. I remembered the security cameras Mr. Reyes mentioned. If only I could see the footage from last night. What had they caught? Footsteps? Shadows? Faces? The next morning arrived with a dull gray light filtering through the blinds. I was exhausted, my body tense and restless. When I checked the table where I always left my keys and phone, they were gone again. This time I didn't panic. Instead, I grabbed my coat and headed out, determined to find them. I retraced my steps around the neighborhood, the chill air biting at my cheeks. The streets were empty this early, the smell of wet pavement and burnt coffee drifting from a nearby cafe. 2 hours later, my phone rang. Unknown number. I answered cautiously. Did you find them? The voice was calm, almost casual. Mail. Somewhere close but distant. Who is this? I demanded, trying to keep my voice steady. No need to be afraid. Yet. The line went dead. My keys and phone had reappeared miles away, just like before. But now, the threat was clearer. Someone was watching. Someone knew where I was, what I was doing. Returning home felt different. The building seemed colder, emptier. The walls closer. I realized then that I couldn't run. Not anymore. There was no escape. The game had reached a point of no return. I slipped inside, locking the door behind me with trembling hands. Every creak, every shadow felt alive, like the house itself was holding its breath. My phone buzzed suddenly, a message illuminating the dark screen. We're closer than you think. Panic surged, but beneath it, a strange resolve hardened. I wouldn't be a pawn in this nightmare anymore. Somewhere in the silence, a plan began to take shape, not just to survive, but to fight back. The hunter had revealed themselves, and now, the chase was mine to control. Steeling my nerves, I stepped forward ready to turn the tables. The lock clicked behind me, a sound far too final for a place I called home only hours before. The message on my phone still glowed in my palm. We're closer than you think. Those words had the weight of a fist in my gut. Closer. Not just watching from a distance, but right here, right now. The idea clawed at me, a rasping noise behind my ribs, impossible to ignore. I slid the phone into my pocket and moved toward the living room like I was stepping into a trap. Every creak of the floorboards sounded magnified, like it was announcing my presence to some unseen audience. I stopped by the window, the cool glass fogged from the difference between inside and out. The street below was quiet, deserted except for a single street lamp that hummed weakly. There was nothing there. No sign of anyone. No footsteps in the dust on the windowsill. Just silence. Complete silence. I swallowed hard, the taste of copper thick on my tongue. All right, I whispered to no one, if you're here, you want something. Show yourself. Nothing. No response. My mind raced back to the last time I'd seen my keys and phone. Miles away. Planted like breadcrumbs in a trail I hadn't dared follow yet. I had to face the fact that this wasn't random anymore. Someone was playing with me, testing me, taunting me, pushing me toward a breaking point. I needed allies. At least someone else to know what was happening. I reached for the landline on the kitchen counter, its plastic cold and familiar beneath my fingers. but it was dead. No dial tone, no static, just silence. The power must have been cut. Or maybe that was a warning. Whatever it was, it felt purposeful. My breath hitched. The room suddenly felt smaller, the walls pressing in. I turned to leave the kitchen and froze. Light. A sliver of light was leaking from under my bedroom door. I hadn't left it open. Had I? My heart hammered, loud enough to drown out the silence. I gripped the doorframe, knuckles white. The light flickered like a screen, or maybe a flashlight. My mind tried to reason it away. Maybe a neighbor's light spilling in? No. Too precise. Too deliberate. I edged closer, every step a battle between fear and necessity. The light pulsed, slow and steady, like a heartbeat. I reached out, hand trembling, and cracked the door open. Nothing. Just the familiar mess of clothes tossed on the floor, the crooked stack of books on my nightstand. The light was gone. I blinked, confused. The room smelled faintly of something else, cigarette smoke. Not mine. The scent clung to the edges of the air, sharp and invasive. Someone had been in my room. I slammed the door shut and locked it. My pulse was a wild drumbeat in my ears. I didn't know whether to scream or run. I sat down on the edge of my bed, hands shaking so violently I could barely hold my phone when it buzzed again. A text from an unknown number. Check the bathroom. I stared at the screen, disbelief twisting into dread. The bathroom. I hadn't even thought about that room since this nightmare began. Slowly, I got up, the floor cold beneath my bare feet. The door creaked open, and the sharp scent of bleach hit me first. Sterile, unnatural. On the edge of the sink sat my phone and keys. Exactly where I'd left them that morning. But something was different. The mirror above the sink was cracked, fine fractures spider-webbed across the surface, like it had been hit with a stone but left intact. I touched the glass carefully. It was cold and rough under my fingertips, the cracks suddenly feeling like a message. A warning. Then I heard it. A faint shuffle behind me. I spun, heart in my throat. No one. Only the echo of my breath and a distant dog barking somewhere outside. I closed the bathroom door, leaned against it, and slid down until I was sitting on the cold tile floor. My head throbbed, a dull ache spreading behind my eyes. This wasn't just a game anymore. It was a hunt. I thought about calling the police but stopped. What would I say? My keys and phone vanish and reappear miles away? It sounded insane. I already doubted my own senses enough. No, this had to be handled differently. I had to find proof. Track the pattern. Catch whoever was doing this. But how? The hours slipped by. I barely ate, barely moved. The city outside grew dark and distant, the hum of life continuing without me. I kept checking my phone, waiting for that next message. Waiting for the next move. When it came, it was worse than I expected. A new message, look outside. My stomach twisted. The window in the living room framed a narrow alley, usually empty at this hour. I crept over and pulled back the curtain just enough to see. There, on the fire escape, was a small package wrapped in brown paper. I couldn't tell what was inside, but the sight sent a cold spike down my spine. I grabbed my jacket, hesitated for a breath, and then opened the door. The cold night air hit me sharply, smelling of damp asphalt and distant exhaust fumes. I stepped onto the fire escape, the metal bars creaking underfoot. The package was small, but heavy in my hands. I tore it open carefully. Inside was a single Polaroid photo. The image was grainy, taken in black and white. It showed me standing in my apartment, exactly as I was now. The angle was from somewhere high, just outside my window. I swallowed hard. Someone had been watching me all along. Inside my home. The weight of that realization hit me like a physical blow. I wasn't safe here. Not anywhere. I looked around, heart racing. The alley was empty. No sign of anyone nearby. But I could feel eyes on me. Always watching. Always waiting. I stuffed the photo into my pocket and hurried back inside, locking the door with a trembling hand. The house seemed to close in, the walls breathing heavier, as if alive with menace. My phone buzzed again. This time a call. I stared at the screen. The unknown number. My breath caught. I answered. "Do you see now?" a voice whispered, low and cold. There's nowhere left to hide. I wanted to scream. To say no, this can't be happening. But the words caught in my throat. Why? I managed, voice cracking. A pause. Then, because you have to understand, it's not about the keys or the phone. It's about control. The line went dead. Silence returned, but it was heavier now, like the calm before an unbearable storm. I sank into a chair, the edges biting into my skin. I had no idea what came next, but I knew one thing for certain: the game had changed. It wasn't just about survival anymore. It was about fighting back before I lost myself completely. Outside, the city breathed on, indifferent and dark. Inside, I sat alone with the hunter's shadow looming closer than ever. The line went dead. I didn't move for a long time. The clock ticked somewhere behind me, slow and deliberate. The city outside murmured its usual night sounds, the distant rumble of traffic, a dog barking too far away to be of concern, the rustle of leaves scraping against the cracked window pane. But inside, everything was still. Too still. I wondered if I'd imagined the call. The voice so cold, so deliberate, did it even exist outside my own unraveling mind? The rational part of me wanted to say yes, it was a prank, a cruel joke. But the knot in my stomach told a different story. This was no accident. No random stranger. Someone was watching. Someone was playing a game I didn't know the rules to, but was quickly learning to dread. Morning came like a slow, reluctant sigh. The light spilled in through the blinds, harsh and unforgiving. I woke with a headache, dry mouth, and an emptiness that wasn't just physical. My keys and phone sat on the table exactly where I'd left them the night before. No disappearance, no miles traveled. For the first time in weeks, they hadn't moved overnight. That absence of movement was strange, unsettling in itself. I stared at them for a long time before picking up the phone. The screen lit up, but no new messages, no missed calls, nothing. I dialed my own number. It rang through the apartment, echoing off the walls, until I picked it up on the second ring. No one on the other end. Just silence. My hands trembled as the full weight of it settled in. This wasn't just some prank or random act. It was a message. A warning. Control, the voice had said. Control over what? My belongings? My life? I slid the phone back down on the table and ran my fingers over the rough plaster wall beside me. The texture grounded me, reminding me of the physical world, the one I could still touch, still taste, still hear. The smell of stale coffee in the kitchen mixed with the faint scent of rain that had soaked the pavement hours ago. Real things. Tangible things. Not shadows or whispers. But the question remained, who? Who was behind this? And why me? I started with the obvious. I checked every window and door lock, every crack and crevice in the apartment. Nothing seemed forced or out of place. No footprints in the dust, no signs of entry. My paranoia was a steady drumbeat in my mind. I kept expecting the walls to speak, the floorboards to creak under invisible footsteps. But there was nothing. Later, I sat down at my laptop and began scanning through my emails, social media, anything that might hint at a connection. Patterns, people I'd met recently, anyone who might have motive or interest in this bizarre harassment. A dozen half-formed theories crossed my mind: an ex, a stalker, a disgruntled stranger. None fit neatly, none made sense. I tried calling friends. Tearfully. Just casual check-ins. No one mentioned anything odd or suspicious. I didn't want to sound alarmist, but the weight of silence was deafening. By evening, exhaustion pressed down on me. My eyes burned, my limbs ached, but sleep felt impossible. The phone buzzed again. My heart jumped. A text this time. No number, just a message. "You're closer than you think." I stared at it, the words simple but loaded. Closer to what? Closer to me? Closer to the truth? Or closer to something darker? I wanted to throw the phone across the room, to scream into the empty spaces of my apartment. But I didn't. Instead, I sat there, fingers trembling over the screen, trying to steady my breath. I realized then that whatever this was, it wasn't random. It was targeted, calculated. Someone was watching everything I did, predicting my moves, staying just out of reach. The idea made my stomach churn, but also sparked a flicker of something else: determination. I wasn't going to be a victim in this game. The next day, I took precautions. I changed my routines, varied my routes, left decoy items in different places. I didn't trust the locks anymore, so I installed a small security camera by the front door, one I could monitor from my phone. If someone was sneaking in, I wanted to catch them in the act. The hours crawled by with agonizing slowness. Every time I heard a noise, a creak in the floor, a rustle near the window, I froze, heart hammering. But the camera showed nothing. No one. Just empty hallways and the steady drip of a leaky faucet somewhere in the building. Days passed. The keys and phone continued their mysterious journeys, vanishing from my apartment only to reappear in places I would never have imagined: a bench in the park, the corner of a busy cafe, a trash bin behind a grocery store. Each time, I found them precisely where the camera couldn't reach. The person behind this knew the blind spots, the gaps in my defenses. I realized that the game wasn't just about possession. It was about fear. About making me doubt the safety of my own space, my own mind. One evening, I went to the police. I told them everything: the calls, the disappearances, the texts. They listened politely, took notes, but the look in their eyes said what words didn't: without proof, there's nothing we can do. I left the station feeling more isolated than ever. The law was a shield without an item. I was still alone. Back home, I sat on the floor, phone in hand, keys beside me. The room was quiet except for the faint hum of the refrigerator. My hands stopped shaking enough to type a message to a friend I trusted most. "I don't know how much longer I can keep this up." The reply was almost immediate. "You're not alone. We'll figure this out." That night, I slept with the phone under my pillow, fingers curled around my keys like talismans. It wasn't much, but it was something. Weeks later, the pattern broke. One morning, I woke and found my keys and phone right where I'd left them. The silence was different, less heavy, almost relieved. The calls stopped. The messages vanished. The shadows retreated. I never learned exactly who was behind it all. No explanation came. No confrontation, no final message. Just an end. The absence left a hollow ache. I was free, but changed. I found myself watching the door longer than before, double-checking locks, trusting less easily. The city outside still breathed, indifferent and dark, but inside me, a new rhythm had taken hold. I was no longer just surviving. I was alert. I was wary. I was alive. And, somehow, that made all the difference. Story 5, Vanished Oasis, Mirage of the Desert's Grip. It started with the sun. I had been driving for hours, or maybe days. I lost track somewhere past the last gas station that only sold lukewarm water and stale snacks. The map I clutched so tightly had turned into a crumpled mess, the ink faded from sweat and frustration. I was supposed to be on a shortcut, a route some local swore by, but the road had vanished beneath layers of sand and time. Now, the desert stretched endlessly, a sea of ochre waves with no land in sight. I rubbed my dry lips and cracked my neck, hearing the faint creak of the truck's metal frames settling in the cooling air. My skin felt tight, almost papery, and my mouth tasted like old dust. I didn't have much water left, less than a liter, and my watch had stopped hours ago. Maybe it was the heat making me dizzy. Or maybe I was just starting to lose it. The first time I saw it, I thought it was a trick of light. A shimmer on the horizon, a patch of green and blue that shouldn't have been there. An oasis. I blinked hard, convinced my eyes were playing games, but it stayed vibrant, beckoning, like a flash of hope in the barren wasteland. I stood up, legs wobbling, and began walking toward it, each step stirring up small clouds of dust that clung to my sweat-soaked shirt. As I moved closer, the air, cold and heavy with silence, grew cooler, or maybe I just imagined it. The shimmer danced, shifting and flickering, like a mirage in a heat haze. When I finally reached the spot where the oasis should have been, there was nothing but cracked earth and the faint smell of something strange, something like sulfur, but softer, almost metallic. I knelt down, fingertips grazing the ground, and noticed the earth was oddly loose, as if it might crumble beneath me. I pulled back, heart quickening for reasons I couldn't name. There was a faint sound then, a hollow creak, like the groan of an old door swinging open somewhere far away. Or the sigh of the desert itself. I stood, scanning the horizon, but the oasis had vanished, leaving only the harsh sun and endless sand. That was when I heard the footsteps. Not my own, though I was alone, or so I thought. They were soft, deliberate, coming from behind a dune to the east. My throat tightened, dry air catching as I turned toward the sound. Nothing. Just wind and the occasional skitter of a lizard or a beetle. I told myself it was a trick, my mind playing with shadows in the fading light. But then there was a voice. Quiet. Almost a whisper carried on the breeze. Hey! I froze. Hello? My voice cracked like brittle twigs underfoot. No reply. Only silence. I crouched low, eyes scanning the landscape, heart thudding with a mixture of hope and dread. If someone else was out here, lost or worse, what did they want? Help? Or something else? The desert settled around me again, vast and unyielding. I thought about the stories I'd heard as a kid of travelers swallowed whole by sudden sinkholes, swallowed by the earth without a trace. Mirages that weren't just tricks of light but warnings, masks hiding dangers beneath the sand. I shook my head. Sounds like folklore. But the strange smell, the hollow creak, the footsteps, something was off. I pulled my shirt tighter against the chill creeping into the evening air and started walking, following the fading trail where the oasis had been. My feet stumbled on the uneven ground, each step stirring the sand, the scent of sulfur growing stronger. I glanced around, feeling the weight of unseen eyes, or maybe just a loneliness pressing down like a physical thing. The sun dipped lower, shadows stretching like dark fingers across the dunes. My throat ached and my legs burned, but I kept moving. I told myself I was chasing water, life, something real. But the oasis remained just out of reach, shimmering, flickering like a candle in the wind. At one point, I stopped and sat on a sun-baked rock, the rough surface scraping my palms. I closed my eyes and tried to remember the last time I'd felt safe. A breeze stirred the fine dust, and I caught the faint scent of smoke, campfire, maybe. But I was alone, wasn't I? Hello? I called again, voice weaker now. No answer. The desert seemed to hold its breath. I stood abruptly, the ground beneath me shifting oddly. My foot sank a little, as if the earth was soft and ready to give way. I yanked it back and looked down. The sand was loose, darker around the edges, like it had been disturbed recently. I knelt, pressing my fingers into the sand. It crumbled too easily, revealing nothing but void beneath. A pit. I scrambled back, heart pounding. This wasn't just a trick of the light or heat, it was a trap. Something hidden beneath the shimmering mirage, waiting. I thought about the travelers I'd heard about, vanished without a trace, swallowed whole by the earth. I swallowed hard, the taste of dust thick in my mouth. The oasis wasn't a gift. It was a lure. And I was caught in its spell. The sun beat down relentlessly as I scanned the horizon, searching for any sign of rescue or escape. My mind raced how many others had fallen here before me, deceived by the desert's cruel illusions. With trembling hands, I dug cautiously around the pit's edge, hoping to find a foothold or a clue. The shifting sand whispered warnings, but somewhere beneath it all, a faint glimmer of hope remained. I stayed crouched near the pit, the heat pressing down so hard it felt like the sun was melting the air itself. The desert was no place for luck. It was a relentless test, and right now, I was barely holding on. I scanned the horizon again, squinting against the glare. The shimmering oasis flickered at the edge of my vision, just like before, a wavering speck of green and blue that seemed to pulse with a cruel promise. Every time I thought I was closing in, it slipped away. I started suspecting the oasis wasn't just a mirage but something else entirely, something engineered. The thought made my skin crawl, but I couldn't shake it. I needed to understand what I was dealing with. I pulled myself up slowly, every movement sticky with sweat and sand. A dry wind picked up, carrying with it the faint, almost imperceptible scent of something unfamiliar, metallic and sharp, like rusted iron mixed with burnt plastic. My stomach twisted. It was out of place here, like a whisper of civilization in this vast emptiness. I followed the scent, careful to avoid the loose sand near the pit. My boots left shallow prints that the wind quickly erased. The sun was sinking lower, painting the sky in bruised purples and oranges, but the desert heat hadn't eased yet. Shadows stretched long and thin, and the whole place felt suddenly colder, not from temperature but from something else, an unseen pressure, as if I wasn't alone. The wind carried a faint sound ahead, almost like a whisper or a distant murmur. I stopped, heart hammering in my chest. It wasn't the wind. It was voices. I hesitated, then moved toward the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones. The dunes rolled in gentle waves, and just over the crest of a small rise, I spotted a cluster of footprints, deep, fresh. Not mine. They led toward a rocky outcrop that broke the monotony of sand with jagged edges and dark crevices. Hello? I called out softly, my voice cracking like dry twigs. Is someone there? No answer. Just the rustling wind and the crunch of sand under my boots. I edged closer to the rocks, squinting into the dimming light. There, half buried in the sand, was a battered metal water canteen, its surface dented but intact. The smell of rust was stronger here, and next to the canteen lay a torn piece of cloth, faded and stained. I recognized it immediately, some kind of uniform, maybe from a park ranger or a desert patrol. Questions spun in my head. Who had been here? Why were they gone? And was that pit connected? I knelt and picked up the canteen, feeling its cold weight in my hand. The water inside was stale, but it was water. Real water. This wasn't just a cruel game of heat and light anymore. Someone had been here, and they'd left clues or maybe warnings. I glanced back at the pit, the loose edges still trembling slightly, as if the earth beneath was breathing. My pulse quickened. If that hole could swallow a person whole, then whoever left these traces had probably fallen victim to the same trap. A sudden noise made me jump, a low, rattling sound coming from the rocks. I froze, every muscle tensed. The sound repeated, faint but unmistakable. Something or someone was moving in the shadows. Hey! I called again, louder this time, trying to keep my voice steady. I'm not here to hurt you. Silence. Then a figure stepped out slowly, dust clinging to their clothes, face streaked with grime and exhaustion. A woman. Her eyes were sharp, wary, scanning me like I might be a threat or a hallucination. Who are you? She asked, voice rough but steady. Name's Mark, I said, wiping sweat from my forehead. I'm lost. Been chasing that oasis over there. I pointed toward the flickering shimmer on the horizon. I found that pit. It's not a mirage, it's a trap. There's no water, just holes in the ground swallowing people. Her eyes flickered with something between relief and suspicion. You've seen it too? Yes. I almost fell in. She nodded, then motioned for me to follow her deeper into the rocky shelter. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the temperature dropped sharply. A sudden chill crept into my bones. Inside the shadowed alcove, she introduced herself as Lila. She'd been out here longer than me, caught in the same endless desert nightmare. Her story was fragmented, like a puzzle missing pieces. She'd been part of a small group of tourists, or maybe adventurers drawn here by rumors of the oasis. One by one, they disappeared. The pit wasn't natural, she said, but something someone was using to hunt them. Hunt us? I echoed, disbelief tightening my chest. Lila's gaze darkened. People, not animals. There's a group out here, watching, waiting. They use the sinkholes to trap anyone foolish enough to chase the water. The wind howled outside, rattling loose stones and stirring the sand. I shivered, suddenly aware of how exposed we were. But why? What do they want? I asked. She shrugged, bitter. Control. Fear. Who knows? The desert's their game, and they make the rules. The thought made my hands tremble. I wanted to argue, to call it madness, but the evidence was all around us, the pit, the footprints, the missing travelers. Have you seen them? I pressed. Lila hesitated, then nodded. Once. From a distance. They don't come close, but their eyes are everywhere. We have to move carefully. One wrong step, and you're gone. I swallowed hard, the dry taste of fear thick in my mouth. This wasn't just about survival anymore. It was about outsmarting people who knew the desert better than anyone else. We need a plan, I said, voice low. If they're out there, waiting, then chasing that oasis is just leading us to death. She looked at me, eyes searching mine. Then she reached into her pack and pulled out a crumpled map, edges torn and stained. It was covered in notes and sketches, trap locations, safe zones, even a few names scrawled in shaky handwriting. We've been mapping it, Lila said, trying to find a way out. But every time we think we're close, the desert shifts. The traps move, and the oasis. It vanishes. I took the map, tracing the lines with a trembling finger. The dangers were everywhere, like veins running beneath the sand. A sudden noise outside snapped our attention. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate. Too close. "Hide," Lila whispered, eyes wide. We slipped back into the shadows, breath caught in our throats. The desert night swallowed the world, but I could still hear the soft scrape of boots on sand, the faint crunch of gravel. Someone was coming, and this time, there was no mistaking it. I clenched the map tight, the weight of it grounding me. This was no longer just about chasing an illusion. The footsteps stopped just outside the crumbling doorway. Silence. Complete silence. My breath stuck in my throat, thick and ragged, as if the desert itself had squeezed the air away. Lila's hand tightened around mine, cold and clammy, the map crumpled between us like a fragile promise or a ticking device. The shadows shifted, then retreated. Faint, deliberate scraping. Then nothing. I didn't dare move. Not a muscle. Not even a blink. It felt like hours before the sound finally vanished, swallowed by the night wind that carried the sharp, dry scent of dust and something else, burnt plastic, maybe? Or the faint trace of sweat. I swallowed hard, the dryness in my mouth settling like grit. Lila finally exhaled, a soft, shaky sound, and whispered, "That was close." Her voice was nearly a whisper, but it cracked like a dry twig. "Who was that?" I asked, voice barely audible. My throat was raw. "Do you think they're one of them?" She shook her head, eyes flicking to the map again. "I'm not sure. They don't usually come this close during the night. Usually, it's just me or one of the others keeping watch. Someone else could be hunting us." Hunting. The word lodged in my chest. It wasn't just the desert that was trying to kill us. I looked down at the map again. The lines, the scribbles, the names, every one a ghost, every trap a trapdoor into oblivion. The oasis, the shimmering lure we've been chasing? Not just a mirage. It was a trap. A deadly, shifting snare masked by heat and hope. "Do you really think people are setting these sinkholes?" I asked, voice tight. "Like, deliberately?" Lila nodded slowly, eyes dark with exhaustion. "Yes. Someone's been here before us, or maybe alongside. They use the desert's tricks against travelers, sinkholes disguised by heat waves, covered with loose sand that collapses underfoot. They wait for the desperate, the lost." I swallowed again, harder this time. My fingers trembled as I traced the edge of the map, feeling the rough paper like a lifeline. Why? Why would someone do that? Her gaze flicked toward the open sky, where the stars burned cold and indifferent. Control. Territory. Maybe even fear. The desert doesn't just swallow people. Sometimes people swallow people. The words hit me like a slap. I thought I'd understood the danger, the endless thirst, the heat, the mirages, but I hadn't grasped the human part. The predators hidden behind sand and sun. "We can't stay here," I said, voice firmer than I felt. "If they're hunting us, we're running out of time." Lila nodded, folding the map carefully. "I know. But the desert's shifting again. The markers we set last week, they're gone. The oasis moved farther east. We have to follow it, or we'll die out here." I glanced toward the horizon, where a faint glimmer pulsed like a heartbeat, just beyond the dunes. That shimmering promise of water, life, or death. The oasis. "We don't have a choice," I said, gripping my pack tighter. We follow the map. We follow the oasis. Lila hesitated, then added, but we can't trust the landmarks, not all of them. Some of the safe zones are traps. I lost 2 friends that way. Her confession hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. 2 friends. Gone beneath the sand, swallowed whole by the desert's deceit. I swallowed the lump in my throat. How do you know which ones are real? She looked away, biting her lip. We don't. We just guess. And hope to be lucky. That night, sleep was a stranger. The desert whispered around us, wind shifting the sand like fingers tracing secrets. I lay awake, listening to Lila's breathing, shallow and uneven. Every creak, every rustle outside the shelter made me jump. In the darkness, I thought about the footsteps. About the others. About the people who could be lurking just beyond the dunes, watching, waiting. I tried to imagine their faces, their motives, but all I could see were shadows, empty, hungry shadows. At dawn, the desert was a furnace. The shimmering oasis teased me again, just like before. It danced on the horizon, elusive, taunting. But this time, I saw something else, faint footprints leading toward it, too deliberate to be natural. A path, not made by wind or animal, but by humans. I pointed to the tracks. These aren't just accidents. Someone's been here recently. Lila's eyes narrowed. We're not alone out here. They're watching, marking, waiting to strike. We followed the footprints cautiously, every step sinking into the hot sand. The shimmering grew brighter, almost hypnotic. I could taste the dry salt on my lips, feel the sun burning my scalp beneath the thin fabric of my hat. Then the ground gave way beneath Lila's foot. A terrifying crack, the sound of fragile earth breaking. She stumbled, a sharp gasp escaping her lips. I grabbed her arm, yanking her back just in time. Below was darkness, silent and deep. Sinkhole, she whispered, voice shaking. They're everywhere. I looked down, stomach twisting. The desert was a patchwork of death traps, each one a hidden grave waiting for the careless or the desperate. The oasis shimmered beyond, promising salvation but hiding the truth. We have to be smarter, I said, voice low. We can't just chase illusions anymore. Lila nodded, wiping sweat from her brow. It's not just the desert. It's them. The people who set these traps, they want to keep us here. To disappear. Disappearing. The thought made my skin crawl. What if we were next? What if the oasis was never a way out, but a way in to become just another ghost beneath the sand? We moved on, slower, more careful. Every step a gamble. The sun climbed higher, merciless and unforgiving. The shimmering oasis flickered ahead, like a cruel mirage promising life but delivering death. I glanced at Lila. Her face was pale, eyes hardening with resolve. We've crossed the point of no return, she said quietly. There's no turning back now. I swallowed the panic rising in my chest. She was right. Every choice had led us here, to the edge of the desert's cruel game. The oasis was our only hope, but it was also the trap. And the trap was closing in. A sudden shout shattered the tense silence, a rough, urgent voice calling out from the dunes behind us. We froze, hearts hammering. Footsteps again, faster this time. Stop, the voice barked. You don't know what you're walking into. I turned, eyes wide, searching the swirling sand for the source. A figure emerged, covered in dust, eyes wild and desperate. Listen, he gasped, the oasis, it's not what you think. You have to turn back, now. But we couldn't. Not anymore. The desert swallowed his warning, and the shimmering oasis flickered once more, beckoning us forward. The whispering wind carried secrets through the abandoned streets as shadows stretched long under a waning moon. I clenched my fists, the map burning in my pocket. The chase was far from over. The desert air had shifted. It wasn't just the heat anymore. There was a weight pressing down, like the sky itself was waiting for something to break. The man's warning echoed in my ears, rough and ragged, like gravel scraping against stone. You don't know what you're walking into. I looked at Lila. Her eyes were sharp, unreadable beneath the grit that coated her skin. She gave a small nod, the kind that said she understood the cost but had no intention of turning back. I wanted to argue. To say we had to be smarter, to stop chasing shadows. Instead, the oasis flickered again, shimmering like a promise I couldn't abandon. The sand shifted underfoot, uneven and treacherous. Every step felt like a gamble. Who was that? I asked, voice low. My throat was dry, the heat stealing moisture with every breath. Lila glanced over her shoulder, scanning the dunes where the figure had disappeared. Someone who got caught. Or worse. Her mouth tightened. We're not the first. The sun was dipping below the horizon, slashing the sky with a bruised orange that bled into purple. The desert's colors deepened, but the temperature didn't drop. It stuck to my skin like sweat and fear. We need to keep moving, she said. If the oasis isn't real, then what else could it be? It's got to be more than just a mirage. I nodded, though every instinct screamed to stop. To dig in and wait for help that wouldn't come. But the sand was endless, and so was the hunger gnawing at my ribs. We had to find something, anything, before we sank into this place for good. We moved toward the shimmer. At first, the ground beneath us felt solid. But then the cracks appeared fine, hairline fractures in the sand that spread like spider webs. I stopped, pulling Lila back. The air smelled different here, faintly metallic. A scent of rust and something stale, like forgotten cellars. Look, she said, pointing. The sand around us was uneven, bubbling in places as if the earth beneath was breathing. I crouched, pressing my palm against the surface. It trembled, subtle but unmistakable. I swallowed hard. Sinkholes. Her eyes flicked to mine, panic flaring. That's why the oasis keeps moving. It's masking the danger. A sudden gust swept by, kicking up grains that stung my cheeks and filled my mouth with grit. The shifting light made the oasis flicker, like a beacon blinking in Morse code. I wanted to believe it was still water out there, cool and real. But the ground told a different story, one of collapse and despair. We have to find a way around, Lila said, voice tight. If we fall in. Don't, I interrupted, the word sharp. I'm not losing anyone else. Her gaze softened, but the urgency didn't fade. We skirted the edges, stepping carefully over sand that seemed to breathe beneath us. Each footfall was a test, a prayer whispered into the dry wind. Suddenly, a sound cracked the silence, a faint, hollow groan. Not far off. It wasn't the wind. Did you hear that? Lila's hand shot out, grabbing my arm. I nodded, heart pounding. The noise came again, deeper this time, like the earth shifting in slow agony. We edged closer to the source, the sand growing unstable. Then the ground gave way beneath a cluster of scrubby bushes, disappearing into a yawning chasm. A horrible emptiness yawned, dark and silent. I crouched near the edge, peering down. The walls of the sinkhole were smooth, almost polished. No way out. My stomach twisted at the thought of falling in and never coming back. Look, I whispered. Tucked among the rocks was a tattered backpack, half buried in dust. Lila shone her flashlight down. That's someone's. Maybe the man who warned us, I said. A chill ran down my spine. Or worse. The thought of what awaited below made me shudder. The desert had swallowed people whole, hiding their stories beneath its sun-baked skin. We need to mark this, Lila said, pulling a strip of cloth from her bag. She tied it to a nearby branch, bright against the dull earth. So no one else walks in blind. I nodded, but the knot in my stomach tightened. There were other sinkholes, more hidden beneath the shimmering illusions. How many had disappeared before us? How many would follow? We can't keep chasing light that isn't there, I said, voice raw. But if we stop, we die out here. Lila's eyes flicked to the horizon where the oasis shimmered defiantly, a cruel tease. Then we keep moving. Together. We pressed on, the night folding around us like a shroud. The stars were distant pinpricks of cold light, offering no comfort. The desert whispered secrets I didn't want to hear, secrets of lost travelers and the merciless ground beneath their feet. Our pace slowed as exhaustion set in. Every muscle ached, every breath felt heavier. The sand shifted beneath us, treacherous and alive. I stumbled once, catching myself just before my foot slipped into another hidden pit. Lila grabbed my arm. Careful. Her voice was steady, but her eyes betrayed the same fear clawing at me. We were so close, yet so far from safety. The oasis flickered again, a phantom flicker just out of reach. Then, a sudden rustle to our left. A voice low, cautious. Who's there? We froze. Out of the shadows stepped a figure, hunched and wary. His clothes were torn, face streaked with dirt and sweat. His eyes darted nervously between us and the shimmering light beyond. Don't follow it, he warned, voice barely more than a whisper. It's a trap. The sinkholes, they're not natural. Someone's making them. I blinked, incredulous. What do you mean? Who? He glanced around, voice dropping even lower. Men. They trap travelers like us, lure them in pretending it's water. Then the ground gives way. They're after something buried beneath the desert. Lila frowned. Buried? What could be more dangerous than dying of thirst? The man swallowed hard. Something valuable. Something they'll kill to protect. My hands trembled. The desert was no longer just a place of heat and sand, it was a battlefield, and we were the prey. Why tell us? I asked. He looked at me, eyes haunted. Because you're already marked. You don't have much time. The words hung in the cold night air, heavier than the heat of the day. I swallowed hard, the taste of dust and fear thick on my tongue. Lila stepped forward. Then we need a plan. Before the desert swallows us whole. The oasis flickered once more, its light pulsing like a heartbeat. But now I saw it for what it was, a cruel illusion masking something far darker. I woke to the same harsh sun stabbing my eyelids. The desert was no kinder at dawn, only quieter, as if everything held its breath. My throat was raw, sand crusted in the corners of my mouth. I ran my tongue over my cracked lips and swallowed, tasting dry earth and salt. Another day. Another chase. The oasis shimmered on the horizon like a promise, teasing me with its glimmering waves of blue and green. But every time I sprinted toward it, the vision dissolved into dust and heat. I had learned to distrust those illusions. I had learned to watch the ground. The desert wasn't just an empty wasteland. It was a trap. A trap I was falling into, step by step. Yesterday, I'd seen the sinkholes, those gaping wounds in the sand, snatch a man whole. His screams had cut through the midday heat, but the silence that followed was absolute. his body swallowed by the earth, as if the desert itself had devoured him. No rescue. No trace. Just an empty echo. I traced the edges of one sinkhole this morning, the sand brittle beneath my boots, the air thick with dust and the faint, foul scent of decay. It smelled like old sweat and forgotten mistakes. I swallowed hard and took a step back. My heart thudded, loud enough to drown out the silence. The oasis was no mirage. It was a warning. Or a lure. I sat on a jagged rock, fingers trembling, and pulled my water bottle from my pack. Nearly empty. A few precious sips, warm and metallic on my tongue. I closed my eyes, trying to remember the taste of something fresh, mint leaves and tea, crisp apples back home. That was before the desert. Before the chase. A breeze stirred, lifting the dust in lazy spirals. It carried a whisper, a faint voice that made my skin prickle. I wasn't alone. Couldn't be. Hello? My voice cracked, rough as gravel. No reply. Just the wind, humming through the rocks. Maybe I was imagining things. Probably. I told myself that a dozen times yesterday, too. I stood, eyes scanning the horizon. The shimmering patch flickered again, closer now, but still frustratingly out of reach. My legs ached with exhaustion, muscles tightening with every futile sprint. The desert was a cruel teacher, its lessons etched in sunburn and sandblasted skin. I took a deep breath, tasting grit and heat, and started walking toward the mirage once more. This time, slower. Careful. I noticed the ground first, a subtle shift in the texture of the sand, a slight depression here, a crumbly edge there. Like the desert was slowly breaking apart beneath me. I stepped lightly, testing the surface with the tip of my boot. The sand gave way beneath my weight just a little, but enough to make my stomach flip. I stopped. The oasis shimmered, wavering like a ghost. I knew the truth now. It wasn't water. It was a trap, designed to draw desperate travelers in, to a place where the earth opened up and swallowed them whole. Sinkholes hidden beneath the glittering illusion. And if I wasn't careful, I'd be next. The thought tightened my chest. I wanted to scream, to run, but my feet felt rooted in the shifting sand. I closed my eyes and tried to steady my breath. One step, then another. Think, I whispered to myself. Think. The sun climbed higher, relentless and unforgiving, baking the desert into a furnace. Sweat stung my eyes. The water in my bottle was gone. My tongue felt thick and swollen. My thoughts blurred. Then I heard it again, a faint, irregular sound, like footsteps crunching on gravel, distant but growing louder. My head snapped up, scanning the horizon. A figure appeared, dark against the glare, moving slowly but steadily. A man. Or a woman. Hard to tell from this distance. They carried something heavy on their back, a bundle of cloth or supplies. I called out, voice hoarse. Hey! You! Wait! They paused, then waved weakly, but kept coming. Relief surged through me, cutting through the panic like an item. I wasn't alone after all. When they drew near, I saw the tired lines etched deep on their face, the same haunted look I recognized in my own eyes. They stopped a few feet away, gasping for air. You saw it too? They asked, voice trembling. The sinkholes, I said, swallowing dryly. The oasis that isn't real. It's a trap. They nodded, wiping sweat from their brow. I thought I was losing my mind. I followed it, like you. We sat down, sharing what little water we had, the coolness a sharp relief against the desert's heat. Her name was Mara. She'd been wandering for days, caught in the same endless chase. Together, the desert seemed less monstrous, less infinite. We talked quietly, voices low, as the sun edged toward the horizon. Mara told me about the others, travelers who'd vanished, swallowed by the earth or driven mad by thirst and isolation. The desert was a silent killer, patient and cunning. Night fell with a sudden chill. The air shifted from scorching to biting cold, the sand beneath us hard and unforgiving. We huddled close, sharing warmth and stories, our shadows stretching long and strange under the moonlight. I caught myself smiling, a small, fragile thing, but it felt like a victory. A sign I was still human, still alive. Mara and I agreed to move at first light, to find higher ground, away from the treacherous sinkholes and illusions. We planned to follow the stars, old navigation tricks I'd forgotten I knew. The desert offered no promises, only choices. I lay back on the sand, listening to the quiet breath of the night, the soft rustle of cloth as Mara settled beside me. My body ached, but my mind was clearer than it had been in days. I understood now. The desert wasn't just a place. It was a test. A reckoning. It had stripped me bare, forced me to face not just the sinking sand, but my own desperation, my own stubborn hope. In the dark, I felt a strange calm. The endless chase was over. For now, I wasn't lost anymore. Morning came slow, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Mara and I stood, shoulder to shoulder, watching the sun rise over the endless sea of sand. The oasis flickered one last time on the horizon, distant, elusive, meaningless. We turned away, stepping toward the unknown, but together. And that made all the difference. Story 6, Unstable Steps, the mountain's silent shift. I never imagined a single step could erase the past. The trail started out like any other, narrow and dusty, bordered by scrub oak and pine needles. The air smelled of earth, dry and faintly sweet, with a hint of resin from crushed needles underfoot. I could hear the distant call of a jay, sharp and impatient, and the soft rustle of wind shifting through the branches. It was the kind of morning that felt ordinary, even comforting, if you liked silence and solitude the way I did. I adjusted the straps on my pack and glanced back the way I'd come, just to check the trail markers, small, faded orange rectangles nailed to trees every few yards. They'd been my only guides so far. The path stretched behind me, winding like a faint scar across the hillside, framed by jagged rocks and wildflowers. I told myself I was taking a break, but my legs itched to keep moving. The summit was a few miles ahead, and I promised myself I'd reach it before noon. The trail was notorious for sudden landslides. I'd read about it in a guidebook, the kind that warns you to watch your step, to avoid loose gravel, to turn back if the ground feels unstable. I thought I understood what that meant. But I didn't. Not really. At the last switchback, something caught my eye, a patch of soil darker than the rest, damp and freshly churned. Pebbles and small rocks were scattered across the path, as if something had slid down in the night. I crouched and ran a finger through the dirt. It was cool and crumbly, like the earth itself was unsettled. The smell was different here too, a faint metallic tang mixed with the usual pine. I looked around, ears straining for any sound. Nothing but the wind and the distant call of birds. Still, an uneasy feeling crept up my spine, slow and steady, like a shadow inching closer. I stood up and shook my head. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe I was just tired, imagining things after too many days stuck behind a desk. The mountain was supposed to be a place to clear my head, not fill it with doubts. But the trail was quiet in a way that felt too hollow, too empty. Even the birds had fallen silent. I pressed forward, stepping carefully over loose stones and broken branches. My boots crunched against the gravel, each step echoing in the stillness. The trail began to narrow, hugging the side of the slope, with a steep drop to my left. The sun was climbing now, warming my face and casting long shadows through the trees. Then I heard the faintest sound of shifting rocks, like dry gravel tumbling down a slope. I froze, heart tightening. There was no wind strong enough to cause that. No animals big enough to make such a noise nearby. I scanned the hillside above the trail. Nothing moved. I told myself to breathe, to stay calm. But the ground under my right foot shifted suddenly. A small patch of gravel slid away, sending a ripple of instability through the soil. I caught myself against a tree, fingers digging into rough bark. The smell of damp earth grew stronger, almost choking. I stepped back, starting for a safe spot. The trail behind me looked the same at first glance. But then I noticed something strange. The orange marker on the tree I'd passed 5 minutes ago was gone. The bark was scarred, like it had been scraped or torn. The dirt below was uneven, freshly disturbed. I called out, voice low and uncertain. "Hello? Anyone there?" My words felt absurd, swallowed by the empty woods. No reply. I took a cautious step backward, then another. The trail seemed to shift beneath me, as if the earth itself was breathing, moving. Small stones tumbled down the slope, sending up little clouds of dust. The landscape behind me was changing, subtly but unmistakably. Then the trail marker reappeared, but not where it had been. It was twisted around the trunk of a pine, upside down, almost as if someone had moved it in the night, or maybe the mountain had. I swallowed hard. My hands trembled slightly. The sky overhead was suddenly overcast, the sunlight dimming, the air growing cooler and heavier. I tried to shake off the feeling. Maybe it was just a landslide shifting the trail, like the guidebook warned. The mountain was alive in ways I couldn't control. I decided to keep moving forward, not looking back. If the path behind me was changing, maybe the only way was ahead. A few steps later, I stopped. The wind picked up, carrying a faint sound of voice, distant and low, almost a whisper. I turned, scanning the treetops and rocky ledges. Nothing. I called out again, louder this time. "Is anyone there?" Silence. The voice didn't return. I wanted to believe it was my imagination, or the wind playing tricks. But the mountain had a way of making you doubt everything you thought you knew. The trail was shifting, the markers disappearing and reappearing in impossible places, and the quiet was deepening, like a weight pressing down on my chest. I reached into my pack for my water bottle, the cold plastic sweaty against my fingers. I took a long drink, trying to steady myself. The taste was faintly bitter, like the mountain itself was tainting everything. I glanced back one last time. The trail behind me was gone. In its place was a messy jumble of rocks and earth, unstable and shifting, as if the mountain had swallowed it whole. No path, no markers, just a raw, trembling slope ready to collapse. I stepped forward, heart pounding, breath sharp in my lungs. The summit felt farther away than ever. And the mountain was watching. Waiting. Something about that trail was wrong. I knew I shouldn't have come here alone. But I had. And now, there was no turning back. The ground beneath my boots shifted again, a subtle tremor that made me freeze in place. I swallowed hard. The last thing I wanted was to admit that I was trapped, but the facts didn't lie. The mountain was changing. Fast. Unpredictably. I reached for my phone, fingers fumbling with numbness, but the screen was dead. No signal, no light, just a cold black mirror reflecting my anxious face. I tried the compass app next, hoping it might help orient me, but the screen flickered once and died. I cursed under my breath, even though I knew it wouldn't bring the path back. The wind picked up, a low, grinding sound through the sparse pines. It rustled the dry leaves, carrying the scent of damp earth and something else, something metallic, faint but unmistakable. Blood, maybe? My pulse quickened, and I swallowed again, tasting the bitter plastic of my water bottle, the faint tang of adrenaline mixing with it. I took a cautious step forward, boots crunching on loose gravel. The path ahead looked narrow, precarious, the kind of narrow that made you second-guess every footfall. But the mountain had no mercy for hesitation. Behind me, the unstable earth seemed to pulse, rocks shifting and settling, the whole slope threatening to give way. I stopped and looked around, trying to steady my breathing. The sun was sinking fast, the sky bruising purple and orange beyond the jagged peaks. I should have set up camp hours ago, but I hadn't wanted to stop with the trail disappearing beneath me. Now, I wasn't sure if I could even go back. That's when I heard it, a voice, faint and ragged, carried on the wind but unmistakably human. I froze, every nerve humming. It wasn't a shout or a call for help, more like a whisper, broken and uneven. Maybe a few words too far to make out clearly. But it was close enough to make me question everything. "Hello?" I called back, voice cracking. "Is someone there?" Silence. Complete silence. I listened harder. The rocks shifted again, louder this time, a small landslide crackling on the slope to my left. The voice hadn't answered, but the trail ahead seemed to beckon, dangerous and uncertain. I pulled out the small notebook I kept for trail notes and sketches, flipping to the last page. The scribbled map I'd drawn was useless now, the landmarks all gone, swallowed or rearranged by the mountain. I glanced up and down, trying to find anything familiar. The twisted remains of a metal signpost caught my eye, half buried in dirt. I pulled it free, brushing off the grime until the faded letters became legible. Caution, landslide zone. Thanks for the warning. I tucked the signpost under my arm, feeling its rough edges bite into my skin. The voice came again, this time clearer but still distant. "Help," it said. "Please." My heart leapt, but caution rooted me. Was this a trick? A person trapped? Or someone else? Someone dangerous? The mountain had a way of twisting reality, making you doubt your own senses. I called out again. "Where are you?" "I'm coming." "Follow the ridge," the voice whispered, barely louder than the wind. I glanced at the jagged path ahead, the narrow ridgeline that seemed to cut through the mountain like a scar. It was risky, exposed, with sheer drops on either side, but it was the only direction left. I took a deep breath, the cold air filling my lungs, and started moving. The loose gravel crunched beneath my boots, and the scent of earth and pine mixed with that faint metallic tang, lingering like a shadow. As I climbed, the sun dipped below the horizon, the mountain fading into a dark silhouette against the fading light. The temperature dropped sharply, my breath came out in white puffs. I stopped to pull on an extra layer, the fabric stiff and cold against my skin. The voice came again, closer this time. "Please hurry." I quickened my pace, heart hammering. The ridge narrowed dangerously, every step a gamble. My hands gripped the rough stone walls for balance, fingers scraping against jagged edges. The wind howled now, whipping around me like a living thing. Then, just ahead, I saw it, a figure crouched against a boulder, shaking and pale in the dim light. Relief surged through me, but it was tinged with something else. Fear. Uncertainty. "Hey," I called softly, careful not to startle them. "Are you okay?" The person looked up, eyes wide and wild. "You're here," they said, voice trembling. I thought no one would come." "How long have you been here?" I asked, crouching down beside them. Days, they whispered. I was hiking, then the landslide hit. The trail behind me disappeared. I tried to climb back, but the mountain, it won't let me. I nodded slowly, the pieces clicking together. This wasn't just bad luck or natural disaster. Something about this place trapped people, shifted beneath their feet, and left them stranded. Do you have water? Food? I asked. They shook their head, I starting nervously. Just a little. I thought someone would find me. We need to move, I said. Stay close. I don't know what's ahead, but it can't be worse than waiting here. They nodded, wincing as they stood. The figure was smaller than me, wearing a tattered jacket and mud-streaked pants. I couldn't tell if they were younger or just worn down by the mountain. Together, we started along the ridge, the moon rising behind us, casting pale light over the jagged rocks. The wind tugged at my clothes, whispering warnings I didn't want to hear. A sudden crack echoed through the silence, a sharp, brittle sound from above. I froze, looking up. A slab of rock loosened, sliding down the slope and crashing near our feet, sending a shower of dust and pebbles. Move! I shouted, grabbing the stranger's arm and pulling them forward. We scrambled along the ridge, breath ragged and muscles burning. The mountain was alive, shifting beneath us, testing us. I glanced back once. The unstable slope stretched behind us, trembling, ready to swallow anything careless enough to linger. Ahead, the ridge narrowed even more, funneling us toward a darkened hollow between two outcrops. A faint light flickered inside, too steady to be natural. A campfire? Or something else? I hesitated, heart pounding. The mountain wasn't just shifting earth. There were others here. Others who might not want us wandering into their territory. Who's there? I called into the shadow. The light flickered, then vanished. Silence. Then, footsteps. Slow. Deliberate. We weren't alone. Not by a long shot. I squeezed the stranger's hand, trying to project calm even as my stomach twisted. The mountain was watching, and whatever lived here was waiting. The footsteps stopped just beyond the edge of the flickering light. I swallowed. Show yourself, I said, voice low but steady. I wasn't sure who I was trying to convince more, the stranger or myself. A figure emerged at last, stepping from the shadows. Not a ghost or wild animal, but a man. Mid-30s, ragged beard trimmed unevenly, eyes sharp and cautious. He wore a faded jacket, stained and torn at the cuffs, and his boots looked like they'd seen every inch of this mountain. He stopped a few feet away, hands raised slightly, palms open. No sudden moves. You lost? His voice was rough, like gravel caught in a throat. Not threatening, exactly, but wary. I nodded, unable to trust my voice to say more. The stranger beside me shifted nervously. The man glanced at the stranger, then back at me. You shouldn't be here. Not now. Not ever. His eyes flicked upward, toward the ridge we just scrambled along. This mountain, it changes. But not just the rocks. I frowned, heart still hammering. What do you mean? The landslides, I know. He shook his head slowly. You know the mountain's unstable, sure. But that's just part of it. The real danger isn't the earth itself. It's what the earth hides. Who it hides. I blinked, trying to make sense of the sudden shift. People? He nodded, eyes darkening. People who live off the grid, off the map. They stay hidden, keep the mountain to themselves. When the landslides happen, it's a chance to erase tracks, to keep unwanted eyes out. So you're one of them? The stranger's voice cracked, a barely contained edge of fear. The man shrugged. Maybe. Or maybe I just know what happens to those who don't leave when they should. A cold breeze swept through the hollow, carrying the faint scent of pine and something sharper, like sweat and dirt mixed with a metallic tang. My skin prickled. The mountain wasn't just shifting beneath us, it was shifting around us, folding secrets into every crevice. Look, the man said, taking a step closer, the trail you came from? It's gone. Not just covered by rock and dirt, gone. Washed away by the last slide. You can't go back the way you came. That path disappeared weeks ago. I swallowed hard. But I saw it. I was on it less than an hour ago. He shook his head again. You didn't see the real trail. The one that's safe. You saw the old path, the one that's been claimed by the mountain and whoever lives here. If you try to go back, you'll be digging through loose earth, and that's a trap. His eyes were steady, filled with something I couldn't read, warning or menace. The stranger pulled away from my side, stepping back as if to put distance between himself and this stranger. So what? We're stuck. On this mountain? Not stuck, the man said carefully. Committed. Once you cross a certain point, there's no turning around. The mountain won't let you. And neither will the others. I felt a cold knot twist in my stomach. Others? I asked, voice barely a whisper. He hesitated, then nodded. There are people who watch the trails, who keep the mountain quiet. Not just from the earth's movements, but from trespassers. They don't want new faces poking around. Especially not when the mountain is shifting. It's like they're protecting something. A sudden rustle near the hollow's edge made all three of us snap our heads toward the sound. A faint scraping, like gravel sliding down a slope. Then silence again. Too quiet. The stranger looked ready to bolt, but I grabbed his arm. Wait, I said. If they're out there, if they're watching, what do they want from us? The man's jaw tightened. Nothing good. He glanced back toward the hollow's dark mouth, then at the ridge behind us. If you can't go back, you have to keep moving forward. But the path ahead isn't safe either. It narrows, it's unstable. And the others? They're not patient. I swallowed again. My hands trembled, fingers curling into fists. The mountain was no longer just a natural hazard. It was a trap. A cage. And the people who inhabited it were its silent wardens. Why are you telling us this? I asked, voice sharper than I intended. He looked at me, ice cold but not cruel. Because you're already here. And because if you don't understand what you're up against, you won't survive. The stranger shifted again, unease clear in the way he kept looking over his shoulder. And if we refuse? If we stop moving? The man's gaze darkened. Then you'll become part of the mountain. Swallowed up by the earth or by those who don't want you alive. The mountain has no mercy for fools. A low rumble vibrated through the ground beneath our feet. Dust fell from overhead rocks, and the faint light we've been watching flickered back on, then off again. The hollow seemed to breathe, alive with quiet menace. I glanced behind me. No path. Just a jagged wall of crumbling earth and loose stones, like the mountain had swallowed the trail whole. I felt a hot rush of panic, sharp and unwelcome, crawling up my spine. The man's voice broke through the tension. You have a choice. Forward or buried. But once you step deeper into the hollow, the mountain closes behind you. You won't see that trail again. I looked at the stranger, then back at the man. My lungs burned from the climb, my legs ached, but the real weight was the sudden, crushing realization there was no turning back. Not really. Why didn't you tell anyone? I asked the man, voice cracking. Why keep it secret? He shrugged, almost wistful. Because some things are better left untouched. Because if the world knew, they'd come rushing in. And then the mountain would lose whatever little piece it has left. I swallowed hard, the bitter taste of dirt and fear stuck in my mouth. The mountain wasn't just a place. It was a boundary. A warning. And crossing it meant crossing into something no one outside was meant to see. The stranger finally spoke, voice trembling. What do we do now? I looked back at the hollow, the flickering light like a beckoning eye in the dark. The mountain waited, silent and shifting, ready to claim us if we faltered. I took a deep breath, the cold air biting at my lungs. We keep moving. Forward. Because that's the only way out. Behind us, the earth shifted again, a slow, deliberate slide that sent a fresh shower of stones rattling down the slope. There was no going back. Not anymore. The air had turned colder. The stranger beside me wasn't saying much. His eyes darted around, flicking from shadow to shadow, but his silence was louder than anything else. I guessed he was trying to figure out if there was any way out, any route that hadn't been claimed by the mountain's creeping destruction. I felt the tension in his shoulders, the tight grip he had on his backpack straps. We both knew it was a matter of time before the earth decided to claim us too. We have to keep moving, I said, voice steady though my hands trembled. If we stop, this place will bury us. He nodded, but there was a flicker of doubt in his eyes, the kind that says, what if moving forward is just running into something worse? I couldn't answer that. I didn't know. All I knew was that turning back wasn't an option. The mountain had made that clear. The flickering light from the hollow, the strange beacon we'd seen earlier, was still there, pulsing faintly in the distance. Like a heartbeat in the dark, it called us, a promise of something beyond the shifting ground. I tried to convince myself it was just a firefly or a reflection. But it wasn't. It was something else. Something waiting. As we moved, the ground beneath my feet groaned and cracked. The sound was low and deep, like the mountain itself was warning us to stop. Loose rocks tumbled down the slope, scattering like frightened animals. I swallowed hard, the bitter taste of dirt and sweat thick in my mouth. Every breath I took felt sharp and shallow. The stranger stopped suddenly, holding up a hand. Did you hear that? A faint, almost imperceptible sound. Not the wind or the stones. It was a voice. Low, distant, but unmistakable. Someone else was out here. I froze. The mountain had been silent except for the earth's restless shifting. Now there was a human presence. But who? And were they friend or foe? Hello? I called out, my voice cracking slightly. The stranger did the same, his tone cautious but firm. The voices answered, muffled, urgent, not far away but hidden behind the twisted trees and jagged rocks. We're not alone, he whispered, eyes scanning the darkness. I wanted to argue, to tell him we should keep moving and avoid any contact. But the truth was, I was curious. Or maybe desperate. I couldn't tell anymore if I was more afraid of the mountain or what might be hiding in its shadows. We edged toward the sound, each step slow and deliberate. The branches scraped against my jacket, the damp earth sucked at my boots. The night smelled of wet moss and something else, something sharp and sour, like rot or old sweat. Then the voices grew louder, more frantic. Help! Please, a woman's voice, trembling. My heart slammed against my ribs. I glanced at the stranger, whose face was pale but determined. "We have to find them," I said. "If they're trapped, we can't just leave them here." He hesitated, then nodded. We followed the voices deeper into the darkened woods, the flickering light from before now lost behind thick clusters of trees. The ground was unstable here too. Every footfall sent little avalanches of dirt and pebbles skittering down the slope. The mountain's slow, grinding hunger was everywhere. Suddenly, the woman's voice broke through the trees, closer now. "Over here. Please." We pushed through a tangle of branches and found her, a figure crouched near a jagged cliff edge, her clothes torn and face streaked with dirt and tears. Her eyes were wide, wild with panic. "Thank God," she gasped. "I've been trapped here for hours." The trail collapsed behind me. I thought I was done for. I knelt beside her, offering a water bottle from my pack. She took it with trembling hands, gulping greedily. "What happened?" I asked, voice low. She swallowed hard, glancing nervously over her shoulder. "There's someone else. A man. He's been following me since the landslide. I don't know who he is. He watches from the trees. I don't think he wants to help." The stranger stiffened beside me. "You mean someone's out here, stalking people?" Her nod was barely perceptible. I tried to hide, but he's patient. He waits. And the mountain, she shivered violently. It shifts when he moves. I felt the weight of her words settle like a stone in my chest. The mountain wasn't just a natural hazard, it was a trap. A maze with a hunter. "Do you know where he is now?" I asked. She shook her head, eyes darting to the shadows. "No, but I can hear him. Breathing. Watching." A sudden rustle in the brush made all three of us freeze. A dry twig snapped close by, sharp and deliberate. I swallowed the lump in my throat, hands clenched into fists. "Stay close," I whispered. We moved as one, the woman between the stranger and me, every sense alert. The darkness around us thickened, swallowing the faint moonlight. The smell of damp earth grew stronger, mingled with something acrid like burnt leaves or scorched wood. Then, without warning, the ground beneath us shifted violently. A deep rumble rolled through the hillside, and I barely caught myself from toppling as the earth slid sideways. The mountain was alive, and it was furious. I grabbed the woman's arm, pulling her away from the edge just as a cascade of rocks thundered past. The stranger shouted, urging us to run, but the unstable ground betrayed every step, threatening to swallow us whole. Breath ragged, I looked back. The path we'd come from was a twisted mess of mud and stone, impossibly steep and slick. No way down. No way back. The hunter was out there somewhere, and the mountain was closing in. "I don't know if we'll make it," I said, voice barely audible over the grinding earth. The woman looked at me, eyes shining with a mix of terror and defiance. "We have to try." Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, tall, silent, his face hidden beneath a hood. The air around him felt colder, heavier, as if the mountain itself was drawing breath. The stranger stepped forward. "Who are you?" No answer. Just a slow, deliberate step toward us. The ground trembled again. I tasted dust and fear, felt my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. This was it. The mountain's true test. I swallowed hard, muscles tensing for whatever came next. Because standing still wasn't an option, not when the earth threatened to bury us alive, and whatever waited in the dark was watching. The flickering light from the hollow blinked once more, distant but persistent, like a warning or a promise. And then the figure moved faster than I could react. The mountain was no longer just a place. It was a trap, and I was caught inside. The sun was dipping lower when I finally stopped, breath shallow, boots sinking into loose gravel. Behind me, the trail I'd followed for hours had disappeared entirely. No trees, no worn dirt path, just a raw, torn scar of earth, slick with shifting rocks and loose soil that threatened to collapse under any weight. A landslide had swallowed it whole. I should have panicked, but what came next was a slow, sinking dread that settled deep in my chest. I looked down at my hands, dirty, scraped from the rocks I'd grabbed onto earlier. The rough bark of the lone pine nearby felt sharp beneath my fingertips, a strange comfort in this fractured world. The air smelled of wet earth and crushed pine needles, tinged faintly with the metallic tang of disturbed stone. A cold wind whispered through the broken branches, carrying with it the distant murmur of a creek hidden somewhere deeper in the valley. I swallowed. The taste of dust was thick on my tongue, dry and bitter. I took a step forward, then another, toward what was left of the path ahead. The landscape was unfamiliar now, jagged and unstable, like a puzzle someone had scattered to the wind. I tried to remember the last time I had really looked back. There had been solid ground then, a familiar route to safety. Now, nothing. The mountain had simply shifted while I wasn't watching, erasing the way I'd come. The idea was almost laughable if it weren't so terrifying. How could land just vanish? But the truth was undeniable. I was trapped. The sun's last rays painted the sky a bruised purple, and the chill crept in fast. I rubbed my arms, trying to hold on to warmth, but the cold was relentless. I spotted a rocky outcrop that might shelter me. I moved toward it, every step hesitant, the gravel slipping beneath my feet. My heart hammered loudly, like a drum in a cavern. Then, a noise. Sharp. Human. I froze. From deeper down the slope, voices low, uncertain, but definitely human, echoed up the ridges. The tone was cautious, edged with something darker. Fear? Suspicion? Or something worse? I couldn't tell. My throat tightened. I wasn't alone. I crouched behind a boulder, listening. The voices came closer, fractured words barely audible over the shifting stones and the wind. "Did you see anyone else?" one voice asked. "Not since the landslide," another replied. "If they're out here, they're either lost or hurt." I swallowed hard. Lost or hurt. That could be me. I wanted to call out, to make myself known, but the words caught in my throat. What if they weren't rescuers? What if they were just as desperate and dangerous as the mountain itself? The thought made my skin crawl. I waited, breath held, until the voices faded away, swallowed by the distance. The quiet that followed was absolute. I realized I hadn't thought about what came next, about where I was going, or if I'd make it out at all. The mountain had swallowed my past, and the future was a dark, uncertain path. I sat down on a flat stone, the cool surface grounding me. The ache in my legs throbbed, but it was the ache in my mind I couldn't shake. The loneliness, the helplessness. I'd always thought I could handle nature's fury, that I was prepared for anything a mountain might throw at me. But this wasn't just nature. This was something else. A slow unraveling of everything I knew. I pulled out my water bottle, took a small sip. The cool liquid was a balm, but it couldn't wash away the growing fear. I thought back to the first day on the trail, the way the sun had warmed my face and the birds had sung in the trees. Those moments felt like a lifetime ago. Now, there was nothing but silence and the shifting earth. Night fell fully, stars prickling the sky. I wrapped my jacket tighter around me, the fabric rough but familiar. I tried to steady my breathing, slow the frantic beating in my chest. Sleep came fitfully, dreams tangled with memories of the trail and the voices in the dark. When I woke, the mountain was still. The air was thick with the scent of rain, and the clouds hung heavy, low enough to touch. I stood, muscles stiff but resolve hardening. I couldn't wait for rescue. I had to move. The unstable earth behind me was no longer an option, but ahead there had to be something. I picked a direction, careful to avoid loose rocks and sudden drops. My every step was cautious, deliberate. The air was crisp, filled with the sharp scent of pine and damp stone. Somewhere below, the creek murmured, a faint promise of water and life. Hours passed. The terrain twisted and turned, each bend revealing new dangers, narrow ledges slick with moss, steep inclines that threatened to crumble beneath me. But I kept going. The voices from the night before haunted the edges of my mind, a reminder that I was not just battling the mountain, but something human too. Fear, desperation, maybe even madness. And then, finally, a sign of life. A faint trail marker, half buried in debris, a splash of faded paint on a battered tree. It wasn't much, but it was enough. Proof that I wasn't completely lost. I followed the markers, step by step, the mountain's weight pressing down but no longer crushing me. The sky brightened, the sun breaking through the clouds like a promise. The air warmed, and with it, my hope. By late afternoon, I found the ranger station. A small cabin, battered by weather and time, but standing firm. I knocked, hesitated, then knocked again. A man answered, eyes wary but kind. His smile was a lifeline. "You're lucky," he said, voice low. "That landslide took out the whole South Trail. We've been searching for you." Relief flooded me, warm and overwhelming. I sank to the ground, the mountain's terror finally slipping away. Later, wrapped in a blanket by the fire, I thought about the path I'd lost and the one I'd found. The mountain had shifted beneath my feet, but I'd shifted too. I wasn't the same person who'd started that hike. I'd faced the edge of everything I knew and stepped back from it. Not because the mountain let me, but because I found the strength to keep moving. The voices, the silence, the shifting earth, they were part of the story now. A dark chapter, yes, but also a beginning. I looked out the window at the fading light, the trees standing tall against the dusk. Somewhere out there, the mountain waited, wild and unforgiving. But I wasn't afraid anymore. I understood something vital. Sometimes the path disappears. Sometimes you have to make your own way through the rubble. And that was enough.